Revelation chapter 1, we're going to dive into the review. Just so you guys, if you are unaware, we're going to be diving into Revelation chapter 1. We're going to do a review of all the things that we've talked about before. So we're going to fly by. The main thing is always the main thing. Absolutely right. That is so true. The main thing is always the main thing, and that is the gospel. Thank you for that, Brianna. But we're going to be doing a review of Revelation chapter 1 through 20, but we're going to be focusing on chapter 21 tonight. So in Revelation chapter 1, what's up, J Minks? Reminds me of Jar Jar Binks. I don't know if that was meant to be, but that's what your name reminds me of. Diving into the book of Revelation, we need to remember who the author is, and the author is a guy named John. He is the Apostle John. So John is on the island of Patmos, and he has this encounter with Jesus. And so what you see here in Revelation chapter 1 is that John sees Jesus, and he sees Jesus in his priestly garments. That's what Jesus is doing for you and I right now. He is in his priestly role. That's what you see in Revelation chapter 1. Revelation chapter 1 gives you an outline that you need to understand to really be able to categorize the book of Revelation as you dive into it. How's my throat? We're okay right now. Ask me here in 3 hours. I'm sure you'll be able to hear how it goes. Hey, thank you, Brittany. Thank you for those keychains. Thank you so much. But in Revelation chapter 1, verse 19, you see the outline that is given to you and I, and it breaks up the book of Revelation in 3 different compartments. And the first one is Revelation chapter 1. Because in Revelation chapter 1, verse 19, Jesus tells John to write the things that he has seen. And the things that John has seen are told to you and I in Revelation chapter 1. But then in Revelation chapter 1, verse 19, he goes on, he says, now write the things which are, and then write the things that will take place after this. So he tells John to write the things that he has seen, the things that are, and the things that will take place after this. And so that verse, Revelation chapter 119, breaks up the entire book of Revelation for you and I. And so as you dive into Revelation chapter 2, in chapter 3, you get into the church age. Revelation chapter 2 and 3 is the church age. The church age, lock in legit. Revelation chapter 2 and 3 is a description of the church age. It begins with Ephesus and it ends with Smyrna. So you have seven churches. If you pay attention to the book of Revelation, there's sevens all over the place. Thank you, Brandon. You have the church of Ephesus, Smyrna, Pergamos, Thyatira, Sardis, Philadelphia, and Laodicea. Those are the 7 churches in Revelation chapter 2 and 3. And so if you look at the church age in history, there at the beginning of the church age, the dominant church that was around right when the church was born was the church of Ephesus, the Ephesus kind of church. And that was the apostolic age. And that was when the apostles were going around doing all kinds of amazing things. But then they kind of went away. And then after that was the next church was the church of Smyrna. That became the dominant church. Now, Ephesus church was still kind of there, but it was the Smyrna church was the one that was predominantly on the scene. And so it goes all the way to Laodicea. So in Revelation chapter 2 and 3, you have these 7 letters that Jesus writes to 7 churches. And these 7 letters are a report card of sorts. He basically writes a letter to these churches and he lets them know the good things that they're doing and the bad things that they're doing. And he tells them what they need to change. And so can you imagine getting a letter from Jesus and him saying, hey, you're doing really good here, but right here, you're really going to need to change that one up. And so he's letting these churches know what they're doing well. Some churches have nothing bad said about it, and some churches have nothing good said about it. And so that's really interesting. But the next church is the church in Smyrna. Now, Smyrna thought that they were doing very well. Hello, Turtle. Good to see you, Lisa. The church in Smyrna thought that they were doing very well, but they were not. I mean, they thought that they were doing very poorly, but Jesus writes them a letter and he's like, you are rich. And so it's so fascinating seeing how their opinion, like the humans' opinion, the people that used to be alive physically, they had an opinion about how well they were doing. And so, you know, these people thought that they were a mess. And so Jesus writes them a letter and he's like, no, you're doing well. And so that's what you see in the church in Smyrna. They were heavily persecuted, and then Jesus writes them a letter to encourage them. And so it's so interesting because the church seems to thrive when it is persecuted. And so right now in America, the church is not being persecuted, and so therefore the church is not really thriving because it doesn't need to. We are just relaxed. We're very lukewarm. It's all over the place. And so that leads us to Laodicean age. And so anyways, the next church after Smyrna is the church in Pergamos. That church was mixed marriage, pergamos, mixed marriage, meaning that the church married the world. The church married the world, and when the church marries the world, they have offspring, and that offspring is all kinds of confusion. Meaning, if you and your spouse are, one is a Christian and one is not, and you guys have children, you see how that affects the children. And then the children are all hot and confused. They're just messed up. They're just like, well, which way? Mom's doing this, dad's doing this. Like, I don't know what to think. And so there is a division within the home. And so the next church after the church in Pergamos is the church in Thyatira. This church in Thyatira has the idea of continual sacrifice. The church in Thyatira mirrors the Roman Catholic Church. And the Roman Catholic Church is still doing all of these things. They are still continually sacrificing. They're still doing transubstantiation. They're still confessing their sins to priests. They're still infant baptizing, which is nowhere in the Bible. They believe, the idea there is that they believe in works. They think works is what gets you to heaven. And so Jesus writes him a letter, and he's like, if you do not repent, he's like, you're going to go through the great tribulation. And so if you keep on reading into Revelation chapter 17, you see that church is still around. It's the mother of harlots. And so this Roman Catholic Church is what I believe this to be, is going to surface when we get to Revelation chapter 17, because many people in the Roman Catholic Church are lost. There are some that I think are Christians, but I would say the majority are lost, and that is heartbreaking. So if you are going to tell somebody about Jesus, don't forget to tell people about Jesus inside churches, because there's a lot of people who go to church who don't know how to get to heaven. And so don't forget that that is a mission field as well. But in Revelation chapter 3, the next church that is brought up here is the church in Sardis. Now, this church thought that they were doing well. They thought that Jesus writes them a letter, and he's like, you think that you are alive, but you are dead. That is what Jesus writes them a letter. So they had a reputation that they were alive. And so there's many people on this app and on other platforms and out in the world who think that they're okay. And that is terrifying, because there's no worse place to be than where you think you're safe. If you think you're safe and you're not, that is terrifying. And so Jesus writes them a letter. He's like, hey, you think you are alive, but you are dead. That is heartbreaking, and that is terrifying, but it also makes you really dive in there and be like, okay, well, how do I know for sure? How can I know for sure? What must I do to be saved? Hello, Carrie. Good to see you. Thanks for being here. My name isn't green anymore. Oh, Lisa, that's okay. But in Revelation chapter 3, the next letter is written to the church in Philadelphia. This church has nothing bad said about them. And so that's really kind of cool. So the church in Smyrna and the church in Philadelphia have nothing bad said about them. And so the church in Philadelphia, this church is known as the brotherly love, the friendly fellowship. This was the missionary church. But in Revelation chapter 3, verse 10, you have a really, really thought-provoking verse that we all need to unpack. In Revelation chapter 3, verse 10, Jesus writes to the church, and he says, because you have kept my command to persevere, I also will keep you from the hour of trial, which shall come upon the whole world to test those who dwell on the earth. So you have two categories. You have people who are going to be removed from that hour of trial, and you have people who are going to stay on the earth during that hour of trial. And so there's an option, there's a possibility to be removed from that hour of trial. Now, the question is, what is that hour of trial? And I would propose to you that hour of trial is referring to the 7-year tribulation, which seems to be right around the corner from where you and I are right now. There's a lot of big things happening, and it's not happening in a long amount of time. It is happening in a very short amount of time. There is so many things that are just like bam, 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 bam. It used to be one thing every 10 years. Then it used to be one thing every 5 years. But now it's like one thing every other week. It is unbelievable how it's just happening and unfolding. And so we need to be mindful of that. But Revelation chapter 3, verse 10, and just so you guys are aware, I personally believe in a pre-tribulation rapture. If you disagree with that, if you think it's a mid-tribulation rapture or post-tribulation rapture, do not forget that is a secondary issue. The gospel is the main thing. We need to be telling people about Jesus and how to know for sure they can get to heaven, because there's a lot of lost people out there. And so, I don't want you to, I want your heart to just be so wired to win somebody. I want you to win somebody so badly. Can you imagine? Can you imagine somebody coming up to you in heaven and saying, "Hey, thank you for doing what you did. Because of what you did, because of what you did, I am here. Because you told me. Because you told me how I could go to heaven. Thank you." And so it's so important for you and I to be laboring in this field called the world. In Revelation chapter 3, moving on in Revelation chapter 3, I hope I get my hoodie before the rapture. Oh man, I hope you don't. In Revelation chapter 3, verse 14, you have the Laodicean church here, and that church is the church age that I believe that you and I are in right now. I believe we are in the Laodicean world right now. Hey, thank you, Melissa. Thank you for that gift. That is very kind. Thank you for the $2 on YouTube. Thank you so much. In Revelation chapter 3, verse 14, you have the Laodicean church here. And this Laodicean church basically is worthless. It's useless. It's basically a church where the salt is not salting and the light is not being a light. And so if you look out into the world, there's a lot of Christians. Like, I think there are a lot of born-again Christians. I think that the majority of them are just, I think the majority of Christians nowadays are just very, very spiritually immature. And like, not to, that's not to be condescending. That's heartbreaking, because I don't, like, you and I, if you're a born-again believer, you and I are on the same team. You and I are on the same team. And so if you're strong, then that's only going to strengthen me. And if I'm strong, then I'm going to be able to strengthen you. But there's not too many people who really know what they're talking about in the world right now. And I'm not saying anybody about that in here. I know there's a lot of really, really intelligent, knowledgeable Christians in here. And so I'm thankful for you guys. I'm just saying, in the overall general sense of the world, there's a lot of people who just don't know much at all. Thank you, Melissa. Thank you so much. Hey, Lisa, thank you for subscribing on YouTube. That is super kind. And thank you, Melissa, for the $10. That is awesome. Thank you so much. That is super awesome. Thank you so much. And so this Laodicean world here, this Laodicean world is a church age where the church is not doing its purpose. It's not fulfilling. It's like, you're not hot, you're not cold. What am I going to do with this? What am I going to do with this? And so it's just really provocative thinking about that, because you and I don't know when the rapture is going to occur, but we can know what season we are in. And so I personally believe what we are seeing unfold in our world right now, I think we're seeing some very, very major biblical events unfolding in front of our eyes. And I want you guys to be sensitive to that, because if you are sensitive to that, then you are going to start living differently. And you're going to stop prioritizing that, and you're going to start prioritizing this. And when you start prioritizing the Bible, which is what I'm pointing at, then you're going to start living differently, and you're going to start loving differently, and you're going to start serving, and you're going to be like, what can I do? Because we look most like Jesus when we serve. And so if I can do something so that somebody else can see Jesus, then I want that to be a priority. And so I would encourage you to start thinking that way as well, because if you do believe that there's a lot of things happening right now, then I would encourage you to start living like it. And so if you are, then amen. That is awesome. Thank you for doing that. Keep on going on. Yes, absolutely. Yeah, Melissa, thank you. I agree completely. Yeah, man. Hey, good to see you, Jill. Good to see you. Hey, hello, Danette. Thank you so much for being here. Amber, gifted 5. Thank you for those gifted memberships. Thank you so much for that, Amber. That is very kind. Thank you, guys. You guys, Leah. Hello, Leah. In the lurking in the shadows. Milo. Hello, Jennifer, and this journey called life. What's going on, guys? Thanks for being here. All right, so that's Revelation chapter 1 through 3, but now we get into the next section. In Revelation chapter 4 and 5, we dive into this the after. Revelation chapter 4 to the end is John is writing the things that take place after this. And so the question is, what is John writing as far as what takes place after this? And the thing that John is writing that takes after the church age are the future events that are going to happen sometime in the future from where we are right now. And so that's really provocative. So in Revelation chapter 4 and 5, John goes up into the throne room. So he sees God. This is unbelievable. He sees God in this vision, and he sees God the Father sitting on the throne in Revelation chapter 5, and he sees he starts weeping because he starts sobbing uncontrollably, and an elder goes up to John and he's like, John, why are you crying? Why are you crying? And so John tells him, he's like, I'm crying because there is nobody in heaven, on earth, or under the earth who is worthy to take the scroll. And so when you start diving into Revelation chapter 5, you understand that John recognizes that there is a dire need for somebody to be worthy enough to go take that scroll. And that scroll in Revelation chapter 5 is a picture of the title deed to the earth. You know, like when you buy a car and you're paying it off and you're paying it off and you're paying it off, and then you finally pay it off completely, you get the deed, the title. Well, that's what Jesus did. He paid it in full. And so when he shows up in Revelation chapter 5, John sees Jesus going up and he takes the scroll from God the Father because he is worthy and he paid it all. It's unbelievable. And after Jesus took that scroll, all of the 24 elders fall down and they tell you who they are. And I want you guys to really appreciate who the 24 elders are. The 24 elders, in my opinion, are the church. The church, because they're the 24 elders. The reason why I believe they're the church is because of how they identify themselves. They identify themselves to be kings and priests. When you dive into who are kings and priests, you only find 3 bodies. The first body is Melchizedek. You find him in Genesis 14. He is a king and a priest. The second body is Jesus. Jesus is a king and he is also a priest. That is unbelievable. And the third body is the church. In 1 Peter chapter 2, verse 9, we find that Peter is writing to the church and he writes them a letter and he calls them a royal priesthood. And so when you recognize how important that is to really understand that, hey, Peter is writing to the church and Peter is calling them a royal priesthood. He's like, holy smokes, what does that even mean? Well, the reason why that's important is because that is what's going on in Revelation chapter 5. When you see these 24 elders, you don't see them anywhere else in the Bible. So they are a mystery. We don't know who they are, but we are given clues. And the clues that we are given is that they are sitting on thrones. They have crowns. They're wearing white robes. And they also identify themselves as kings and priests. And so that narrows it down in a big way. And so I would propose to you that John is in heaven and he sees the 24 elders, the church, in heaven before the scroll is taken from the Father. And that is huge. The reason why that is huge is because that teaches, in a sense, and it's hidden. It's something you can unpack. There's a lot of things in the Bible that are just unbelievable when you just start making connections, and when you start seeing it, you're like, holy smokes, what else is in here that I have no idea about? And I'm just like, I'm right there with you. I'm like, I can't wait to learn. And so you see these 24 elders, and I would propose to you that they are the church. And the reason why that is so interesting is because when you see them, they are in heaven before the seals are broken. And that is huge. You have a lot of evidence to, hello, Tam, Tamara, good to see you. You have a lot of evidence to believe in a pre-tribulation rapture, and that is one of them. Thank you, Henry Quinn. Thank you, guys. Thank you so much for those gifts. So that takes us to Revelation chapter 6. In order to understand Revelation chapter 6, you need to understand Daniel chapter 9. Daniel chapter 9 gives you the most amazing prophecy in the Bible, in my opinion. Unbelievable. But in Daniel chapter 9, you have 490 years of a prophecy. Gabriel gives Daniel 490 years. This is a total of 490 years prophecy. But Jesus, when he rode down on a donkey, he only fulfilled 483 years. So there's still a little gap here that's missing. And so there's 7 years of prophecy that need to be fulfilled. And so that is where we come up with Daniel 9:27, which is referred to as Daniel's 70th week. And thank you, Philana. Thank you so much for that gift. Thank you so much, guys. You guys are very kind. But you have Daniel's 70th week, which is given to us in Daniel 9:27. And the reason why Daniel 9:27 is quoted so often, as I'm sure you've seen it been used many times on TikTok, is because of what it's talking about. Daniel 9:27 is speaking of the final 7 years that are going to be fulfilled. They haven't been fulfilled yet, but they are going to be fulfilled. Just like in Isaiah chapter 60, I think it is, when Jesus in Luke chapter 4, Jesus is talking, he gets up in the synagogue, he opens up the book of Isaiah, he starts reading the book of Isaiah, and then he closes the book of Isaiah and puts it down, and then he sits back down. Well, if you pay attention to where Jesus stopped reading in Isaiah, I think it's Isaiah 60, Jesus stopped reading at a comma. And the reason why that's so interesting is because Jesus stopped reading at a comma. And if he would have kept reading, then Jesus would have been a liar. Because Jesus, when in Luke chapter 4, when Jesus sat down after he stopped reading, he closed it and he said, "Today this is fulfilled in your hearing." If Jesus would have gone all the way to the period, Jesus wouldn't have been able to say that. And so when you go to Isaiah chapter 60, it talks about a future event, the day of the Lord. And that is why it's so interesting, because there are pauses, there are intervals in here. And so just because you go from verse 2 to verse 3 doesn't mean that there's not a lot of time that lapsed between those two verses. And so that is what's so interesting about this. And so in Daniel 9:27, you are reading about this time period where there are 7 years that needs to be fulfilled, and this is Daniel's 70th week. It's the last 7 years that need to be fulfilled. So when you understand that, you get to Revelation chapter 6, and when you get to Revelation chapter 6, it's where you see the tribulation begin. The tribulation is going to begin at the unsealing of the 7 seals. When Jesus in heaven breaks the seals, that is what begins the tribulation on earth. When Jesus up in heaven breaks the seals, at the same time on earth, the Antichrist is confirming that covenant. He's confirming it. Both events, one is in heaven, one is on earth. They both begin the tribulation. They both start it. And so it's really interesting when you dive into Revelation chapter 6, because when you read Revelation chapter 6, you see that this takes place after Revelation chapter 5. And when you understand that, thank you, Rise and Deborah, thank you so much for that heart. When you dive into Revelation chapter 5, you see the churches in heaven before the seals are broken. In Revelation chapter 6, then the seals are broken, which means the church was already there, which is so cool to see. Thank you, Tammy. And so when you dive into Revelation chapter 6, you see the beginning of the tribulation. And this is where you see the seals are broken. You have all of these seals that are being broken. In Revelation chapter 6, verse 2, you are introduced to the first horse, the white horse rider. Now, this white horse rider is a counterfeit. This is an imposter. This is the Antichrist. And he shows up, a crown was given to him, and it says he went out conquering and to conquer. So this person is not going to be a nobody. He's not going to be a no-name. He's going to be somebody who was conquering and is also going out to conquer some more. This dude has made his presence known on the earth before he is revealed. And so that is important to understand. So we understand that this is what's going on in Revelation chapter 6, verse 2. You see the Antichrist being, and this is, guys, what you see here is God is giving the world what they want. He's like, you want to rebel? He's like, all right, I'm going to give it to you. He's like, here you go. He's like, here you go. He's like, you want to live in this kind of lifestyle? You want to keep pushing against me? You want to keep saying, no God, no God, no God? He's like, okay. And so that's what's Romans chapter 1 is so interesting, because in Romans chapter 1, what you see are some terrifying words. In Romans chapter 1, it says, God gave them over. God gave them over. God gave them over. And when you recognize that there's a point to where the people will harden their hearts so much, there comes a time where God will give them over to a debased mind. And so in Revelation chapter 6, God yanks out the church and he's like, okay. He's like, this is what you want, right? He's like, I'll let you have what you want. He's like, I was withholding this. He's like, I was withholding this. You remember in the book of Zechariah how the shepherd he breaks his staves? And he's like, I was the one who was protecting you. And he's like, now I'm breaking this. He's like, here you go. What's up, Cole? Thanks, Cole. Thank you so much. Where's the ice cream cone, man? It's just so unusual not to get an ice cream cone. And so it's good to see you, man. That hoodie looks sick. Love the color. Hey, thanks, man. Yeah, these hoodies you can buy on, you can check them out on threadsthatpreach.com if you guys would like to support this, this channel. If you would like to help support this ministry, this is a way to do it. There's multiple ways to support this ministry if you would like to keep these studies going. So there are ways to do that. And if you would, that would be awesome. And if not, that's okay. Let's get back into Revelation chapter 6. It is good to see you, Cole. In Revelation chapter 6, this is the beginning of the seals being broken. That leads us to Revelation chapter 7. In Revelation chapter 7, you're introduced to the 144,000. The question is, who is the 144,000? The 144,000 are 144,000 Jewish men. And you see that they are 12,000 from each of the 12 tribes. And so there's 12,000 times 12, and that equals 144,000. And so that's what you see in Revelation chapter 7. These 144,000 are going to receive the seal of God on their foreheads, and that's fascinating. So these 144,000 Jewish men are going to be untouchable during the 7-year tribulation. They're going to be running around telling people about Jesus as much as they possibly can, because that's what we should be doing right now. But that's not what we are doing. You know what we are doing, though? We're going to football games and basketball games, and we're having all kinds of parties over a game. And we're not having Bible studies. We're not praying for one another. We're not messaging and reaching out and saying, what can I do for you? We're not doing those things. And so that's the Laodicean age, right? And so the church is going to be removed. And when that happens, the 144,000 are going to be doing what everybody should be doing. They're going to be running around telling everybody about Jesus, like what we should be doing right now. Guys, don't forget how awesome it is what Jesus did for you and I. We are so blessed to be just like, what grace, what mercy. And so you see that, and we just take it for granted because it's something that we've heard a million times, and it's not that big of a deal anymore. And so here we are, we're just like, yeah, awesome, John 3:16, whatever, I've heard it a million times. No, that is everything, guys. That is the gospel right there, that God so loved the world that he gave his only begotten Son, that whosoever believes in him shall not perish, but have everlasting life. Meaning, if you believe right now, if you put your faith in Jesus and his completed work on the cross, you have been justified, which means you currently have life right now, which means it's not, even though that this body may pass away, it doesn't mean that you will, because that's what Jesus was writing to the church in Smyrna. He's like, hey guys, these things says he who was dead, but lives. He's like, I was dead, but look at me, I'm alive. And so he's like, I got eternal life, guys. He's like, come to me. And so it's about Jesus. And don't lose sight of that. Revelation chapter 8. In Revelation chapter 8, you are introduced to the 7 trumpet judgments. The 7 trumpet judgments are, it's really interesting. This is what's going to happen to the people who are left behind. You don't want this to take place, right? Like this is not something that you would wish on anybody. Revelation chapter 8, you think the seal judgments are bad. The seal judgments was just mankind. It was just mankind doing mankind things. But in Revelation chapter 8 and the rest of the trumpet judgments and the bowl judgments, that's supernatural stuff getting involved. Thank you, Allie. In Revelation chapter 8, you have the 4 trumpet judgments, and these first 4 trumpet judgments are they're no joke. They're terrible things, but these are a judgment of the thirds. It's a third of these things that are going to be judged. A third of the water, a third of the ships, a third of the things living in the water are going to be ended. But in Revelation chapter 8, at the end of chapter 8, what you find is that these trumpet judgments, as bad as they seem, really aren't that bad compared to what's coming. Because in Revelation chapter 8, at the end of chapter 8, an angel comes out of heaven and he says, woe, woe, woe to the inhabitants of the world because of the remaining 3 blasts that are about to sound. And so this angel is basically sounding the alarm, letting everybody know that it's about to get a lot worse. And so that's what you see in Revelation chapter 9. In Revelation chapter 9, an angel is given a key to the bottomless pit. This angel opens the key, or the bottomless pit, and out of the bottomless pit come out these things that John describes as locusts. Now, these are not locusts. These things are demons. This is a demonic invasion that is being released onto the world during the first 3.5 years of the tribulation, which don't make no mistake. The first 3.5 years, people say, when they say peace and safety, people believe that the first 3.5 years are going to be peaceful and safety. And that's how they rationalize Ezekiel 38, because they say there's going to be Israel living in unwalled villages. And I'm like letting you guys know, thank you, Jill. Thank you so much for that gift. In Ezekiel chapter 38, they say the Israel is going to be living in unwalled villages. And they think that that's going to take place during the first 3.5 years. And I'm like, there is no shot that Israel is ever going to lay down their weapons and have literal unwalled villages. That is not going to take place until Jesus is reigning out as king, which is going to take place during the Millennial Kingdom. So here in Revelation chapter 9, my point here is to recognize that the first 3.5 years are going to be terrible, but the last 3.5 years are going to be so much worse. That's important. That's my opinion. As per usual, test all things and hold fast to that which is good. In Revelation chapter 9, you see this demonic invasion that has been unleashed onto the world, and it is terrifying. It is absolutely terrifying. John does his best to describe it. It is terrifying. But this is just one of the trumpet judgments. In Revelation chapter 9, verse 13 and 14, you see this another demonic invasion, because these 4 angels that are bound at the great river Euphrates, they are released. And they go and they get a 200 million man army, which I personally believe is another demonic invasion. And they are going to have power over mankind to end 1/3 of mankind. 1/3 of mankind during this time. 1/3, guys, 1/3 of mankind is going to be ended with this blast of the trumpet. That is terrifying. And that is crazy. And we don't want anybody to go through that. And so this is why I would encourage you guys to pray for boldness when it comes to sharing the gospel with people, because I know a lot of you guys know it, and I know a lot of you guys are afraid to tell somebody about Jesus because you might be asked a question that you don't know. But focus on the things that you do know and bring it back to that, and you will do well, and then you'll do better the second time. But that's what you see in Revelation chapter 9. In Revelation chapter 10, you have a little bit of a parenthetical kind of like commercial break that takes place here to give you a little bit of a scene. But in Revelation chapter 10, you're introduced to this angel. This angel seems to be either Jesus, because he comes down and he roars like a lion. He's clothed with like this eyes like sun. He's got a rainbow on his head. His face was like the sun. His feet like pillars of fire. And he puts his foot in the water and on the earth. And so that's a picture of dominion, and meaning this is basically mine now. So some people think that this is Jesus, and other people think that this is just a mighty angel because of the word another that is used in Revelation chapter 10, verse 1, because the word there is allos, which means another angel of the same kind that they've been seeing up until that point, which is very provocative to say the least. But in Revelation chapter 11, this chapter is something that we all need to be very sensitive to, because when it comes to understanding end times, just so you guys, if you guys are new here, we just happen to be in the book of Revelation. We're going to be done with this probably next week. But we're going through the Bible book by book, chapter by chapter, verse by verse, and all of these studies are uploaded to YouTube. If you guys haven't followed me on YouTube, I would encourage you guys to do that, because if they get rid of TikTok, we are going to continue these Bible studies. I'm live streaming on YouTube and on TikTok at the same time, and so if you wanted to follow me over there, you could do that, just so we can stay in touch, just in case they get rid of me or if TikTok goes away. But in Revelation chapter 11, we need to recognize that there is a right answer. There is a correct order of operations. There's a correct order of operations when it comes to the end times. There's a lot of people who have different opinions out there, but we all need to recognize that there is a right answer. Some people believe that the rapture happens at the end. Some people think it happens in the middle, and some people think it happens at the beginning. I personally believe in a pre-tribulation rapture. If you believe in something different, that's completely okay. It does not matter. It is a secondary issue. We need to be telling people about Jesus as much as we possibly can. Guys, that is the gospel. That is the good news. The good news is that God became a man and he died on the cross for me and for you. I mean, how amazing. Like, it's unbelievable how many people want to start paying attention to all of these Nephilim and these giants, and they get a lot of views when they do that kind of stuff. But you know what's interesting is that a lot of people don't get many views or likes when somebody starts telling people about Jesus. Jesus just isn't very fancy, guys. Jesus is not very shiny. He's not sparkly like all the Marvel movie characters that are out there. Jesus can't compete with Captain America. He can't compete with the Hulk. He can't compete with any of the Marvel people out there, right? He can't do it because Jesus was lowly. He was meek. He was humble. He showed up as a servant. But you see Hawk and he's breaking down skyscrapers and he can't be killed. You see all of these things and people are like, yeah, Hawk, woo. You know, all these things. But it is so fascinating how in Revelation chapter 11, you have a huge amount of information that is given to us in Revelation chapter 11. Thank you, Abby. In Revelation chapter 11, you are given, you're told in the first couple verses that there is going to be two witnesses, and they are going to be here in front of a temple, and they're going to be here for 3.5 years. That is a ton of information. We can do a lot with that information. There is so much we can do with that information. And this is what is so awesome about the Bible, because when you literally search the scriptures, Acts 17, verse 11, these were more fair-minded than those in Thessalonica, and that they received the word with all readiness and searched the scriptures daily to find out whether these things are so. And so we have the ability to search the scriptures, and we have the ability to find out. And so I would encourage you to do that. Keep on diving in, search the scriptures. But here in Revelation chapter 11, verse 1 through 3, we are told about two witnesses. We're told that they are here for 3.5 years, and we are told that they are very closely associated with the third temple. And so there's some people who believe that the third temple is not a literal temple. They spiritualize the third temple, and they say, oh, it's not a real third temple. We are the temple. And I'm like, you are taken all of this out of context, and so I just want to beat my head against the wall. But no, it's just, you know, we got to meet those type of people where they're at. We gotta go down to where they are and try to reach them and try to show them. And so that is what we can do. And if we tell them and they don't want to hear it, then okay, you can only do what you can do. But it's really interesting about this third temple, because we know that there is going to be a literal physical third temple. There is going to be a third temple, and I believe it's going to happen in our lifetime, guys. And if it happens in our lifetime, then holy smokes, I can't even begin. I'm just blown away with all the things happening right now. But there was a first temple, a literal first temple. There was a second temple, a literal second temple, which was built by Zerubbabel, and it was destroyed by the Romans. There's going to be a third temple, and they have all of the things to build the third temple right now. They could do it right now if they wanted to. They're just waiting for the green light. It is so unbelievable to just imagine like how God is just beautifully orchestrating everything. He's like, okay, now this, and he's holding this back, and then he's letting this go, and then he's holding this back, and he's letting this go, and he's holding this back, and he's letting this go, and he's just beautifully, it is unbelievable. And right when we are pulled out of here, it's like him removing his hand. We are here for such a time as this, one way or the other, whether the rapture happens in our lifetime or not, we are here for his glory. And so it's so interesting to see that God is literally filtering things. He's filtering it. Because in the Gospels, Jesus goes up to Peter and he says, Peter, in Matthew, what is it, 17, Matthew 18, Matthew 17 or 18, he goes up to Peter and he says, Peter, Satan has asked to sift you as wheat. He's like, but I have prayed for you. And so when you recognize that Satan went up to Jesus and was like, hey, hey, Jesus, can I take Peter out? I want to eliminate Peter, and I want to do it right now. Jesus goes up to Peter and he's like, hey, Peter, Satan wants to eliminate you, but I have prayed for you. And so you see, hey, thank you, Linda. Thank you so much. Thank you for that gift. And so he goes up to Peter and he's like, Peter, he's like, do you not see what's going on? He's like, this stuff is happening behind the scenes. And so Jesus was withholding that. He's like, no. He's like, you can't have him yet. He's like, you can't have him yet. But then sometime in the future, Peter was ended, but he couldn't have been ended yet. And so it's so interesting because Satan wants to do things, but God is like, nope, not yet. He's like, you can do this. Yeah, go ahead. Not yet. Yep, go ahead. You can do that. Yeah, go ahead. And so it's so interesting. So this temple, like when we're taken out of here, this temple, like there's things, it's like, I mean, it's so unreal. Anyways, in Revelation chapter 11, this temple is going to be built, or it's going to be standing during the tribulation period. And so during the first 3.5 years, there's going to be a literal temple, a literal physical temple that is going to be standing. That's what Daniel 9:27 talks about when he confirms a covenant with many. In the middle of the week, he will break the covenant and he will cause the sacrifice and offerings to cease. So when the temple is built, there's going to be sacrifices that are going to be taking place. The Jewish people are lost. Many of the Jewish people are lost right now, which is very tragic. So I don't want you to get confused. If you see the third temple, don't get excited because it's heartbreaking for them, even though it is exciting in certain ways. I mean, it is exciting, but it's also heartbreaking because the Jewish people are lost. If they are excited about the third temple, they are excited because they finally get to get back under the Levitical priesthood. They want to get back under the law. And so in their mind, without the shedding of blood, there can be no remission for sin. And so they want so badly to get back into animal sacrifices. And when that temple happens, that's what's going to be taking place within the temple. And so when that temple when the temple is there, there's nothing that needs to happen in order for the rapture to occur right now. There's nothing that needs to happen. The rapture could happen right now. But there is something that needs to happen in order for the tribulation to begin. In order for the tribulation to begin, there needs to be a temple. Because it says that the two witnesses are right there. They're closely associated with the temple for 3.5 years. And so they're there for the first 3.5 years. And so if they're there for the first 3.5 years, that means that the temple is standing before the tribulation begins, which is really interesting. Anyways, these two witnesses are going to be untouchable for 3.5 years, but at the end of 3.5 years, the beast is going to ascend out of the bottomless pit, and then he is going to war against those two witnesses, and he is going to overcome those two witnesses. The two witnesses are going to be, they're going to be unalived, and their bodies are going to be laying in the streets for 3.5 days. And when their bodies are in the streets for 3.5 days, that is the time, in my opinion, when the Antichrist literally walks with knees. He's got knees. He literally walks into the temple and he erects the abomination of desolation. He is going to place this image in the temple, and that is what is referred to as the abomination of desolation. And so in Matthew chapter 24, verse 15, Jesus talks about this event happening. In Matthew 24, verse 15, Jesus says to his apostles, and he's like, hey guys, when you see the abomination of desolation spoken of by Daniel the prophet standing in the holy place, let him who reads understand, then let those who are in Judea flee to the mountains. And that's just my opinion, but that is what I believe is going to take place. So after the two witnesses are standing guard in front of the temple, they're basically untouchable for 3.5 years. And then after the end of the 3.5 years, the beast is going to ascend. He's going to make war with the two witnesses. The two witnesses are going to be dead in the streets for 3.5 days. That's when the Antichrist is going to enter the temple. He's going to be revealed at that time, which is at the Great Tribulation. And that is when the mark of the beast is basically unleashed onto the world. It is unbelievable. It's a physical statue. Yeah, legit. It's going to be something that is going to be able to be taken down. because we know that it's going to be removed. This abomination of desolation is something that is physical because it's going to be able to be taken down. We understand that in Revelation, in Daniel chapter 12. The last two or three verses in Daniel chapter 12 tell us about that. The abomination of desolation is going to allow, it's going to be remaining, it's going to allow to be standing 30 days after the end of the tribulation, which is so interesting. I mean, you just like, well, why in the world is it allowed to stay up 30 days after the tribulation ends? That's interesting. Fraud. Hello, fraud, fire, oh, fraud. Oh man. So in Revelation chapter 11, you have a lot of interesting stuff going on here. But the two witnesses are going to be. Hey, thank you, Ali. Thank you so much for that gift. Thank you so much. You have the two witnesses. They are ended for after the 3.5 years. Then after their bodies are laying in the streets for 3.5 days, they are going to stand up. They're going to be resurrected. It's going to be absolutely unbelievable. And it says that their enemies see them. And the two witnesses are going to ascend up into heaven so that everybody is going to see it. And so it's so fascinating thinking about this. These people, the Jewish people in that area, Jerusalem, are going to see this. They're going to be watching this take place. It's going to be similar to how when Jesus ascended up into heaven. In Acts chapter 1, you see Jesus ascending up into heaven, and everybody saw it. And that's similar to what it's going to be like for the two witnesses to ascend up into heaven as well. And so that is very, very provocative. Revelation chapter 12 is another amazing chapter. In Revelation chapter 12, you have the whole story, not the whole story, but you have the story of Israel. And it's really cool because in Revelation 12, you have the three players that are on the board. You have the woman, you have the child, and you have the dragon. The woman is Israel. Now, what's interesting about the book of Revelation is that you really need to dive into the context of what things are, because this is a woman in Revelation 12, but this is a different woman than the woman in Revelation chapter 17. Two very different women. The woman in Revelation chapter 12 is Israel. The one in Revelation 17 is the mother of harlots. Two different women. So here in Revelation chapter 12, you have the woman, Israel, you have the child, Jesus, and you have the dragon, Satan. And you have a lot of unbelievable things happening in Revelation chapter 12. For example, in verse 7, it says, "And war broke out in heaven. Michael and his angels fought with the dragon, and the dragon and his angels fought." This is so interesting because this war that is taking place up in the heaven, which has not taken place yet. This has yet to be fulfilled, by the way. Right now, as we are speaking, Satan has access to and fro. He can go, just like how he was going and accusing Job in Job chapter 1, he has access back and forth, back and forth, back and forth, back and forth, and he's constantly accusing the brethren. He's constantly accusing you. He's constantly accusing me. And he says, you're not worth it. And he says, Ryan is a liar. Ryan did this, Ryan did this, Ryan did this, Ryan did this. And you know what's interesting about all that? Is that he's probably not wrong on all of the things he's saying about me. But praise God that Jesus died on the cross for my sins. He died on the cross for the sins that I did yesterday, the sins that I am doing right now, whatever it is. I'm sinning unintentionally, I'm sure, and in the future. It's really interesting, and that is unbelievable. But here in Revelation chapter 12, we see that he, in some time in the future, he's going to be cast out of heaven, and he is not going to be allowed to go back. He's going to be done. And so in Revelation chapter 12, what you see is that Satan falls to the earth and he starts wreaking havoc on the woman. He doesn't go after America. He doesn't go after Russia. He doesn't go after Africa, Australia, Antarctica. He doesn't do that. He spends his short time, his 3.5 years that he has remaining, he spends that time going after Israel. And the question is, why? If I said you had 1 day left to live, you would spend that time doing, surrounded by your friends and family. You'd be like, okay, guys, okay, like that's what you would want to do because you're like, okay, I don't have much time left. Satan, when he gets cast out of heaven during this time, he understands that his time is short, and so he's going to use the best amount of time that he has to try to do what he's been trying to do forever. And the thing that he's been trying to do forever, since the beginning, is to end the Jewish people, to take out Israel, because that is where Jesus came from. He tried to eliminate them. He tried to get in there, and he tried to mix everything up. He had 400 years to lay landmines all over the place, and Jesus meticulously wove all the way through. His royal line survived all the way throughout that, and he showed up regardless of what Satan was trying to do. All the booby traps that Satan set up along the way didn't matter. And so Jesus did end up showing up. He ended up doing everything perfectly, and he ended up dying on the cross and rising again on the third day. And it is for by grace you have been saved through faith, and that not of yourselves, it is the gift of God, not of works, lest any man should boast. And so here in Revelation chapter 12, you see this, Satan gets cast to the earth, and when he gets cast to the earth, he knows that he has a short amount of time. And so you need to understand the principles that are there. The question is, why does he go after Israel? So Satan knows the Bible. He knows the Bible just like how you and I know the Bible, except he probably knows it better than us. He's been around a lot more than you and I have. He knows you and I. He's like, we're not very complicated. Like, I mean, look at Adam and Eve. He's like, okay, I got that down. He's like, that didn't take much. But in Revelation chapter 12, you see him going after Israel. Now, what's interesting about this is to recognize that in order for Jesus to return the second time, there are things that need to take place. Satan recognizes that there are things that need to take place in order for Jesus to return. For example, one of the things that needs to take place in order for Jesus to return, because he can't return to the ground right now. He can't do it. There's things that need to take place. One of the things that needs to take place is for the Jewish people to acknowledge their offense. In Hosea chapter 5, verse 15, God is speaking, and he says, I am going to return to my place, heaven, until they acknowledge their offense. He's like, I'm going to go back to my house until they acknowledge their offense. And so the Jewish people, they need to acknowledge their offense. But the whole point of the tribulation is it's the time of Jacob's trouble, the time of Israel's trouble, even though the world is getting wrecked, it's the time of Israel's trouble. And so the reason why Satan is going after the Jewish people is because Satan acknowledges that they need to acknowledge their offense, and he's going to try to stop them from acknowledging their offense. He's going to be like, I'm going to do whatever I can so that you do not make it to that point. And so he's going to try to eliminate them. And so during the tribulation period, he's going to do everything possible to eliminate all of the Jewish people. I am telling you what, it's unbelievable. And this is why it's so interesting when you're looking out in our world right now, because when you look out into the world, there's the rise of anti-Semitism all over the place. There is unbelievable hatred for the Jewish people. And that's crazy. That is a satanic attack, in my opinion, because we understand Revelation chapter 12, he's going after the Jewish people. So just because it says he's doing it here, don't forget that he's doing it right now. He just is going to full send it. He's going to just full send it during the tribulation period. And so the reason is because he understands that they need to acknowledge their offense. And so that's what in Matthew 23, when Jesus is talking to the Pharisees, he says to the Pharisees, I say to you, you shall see me no more until you say, blessed is he who comes in the name of the Lord. Jesus was talking to the Pharisees. The Pharisees were the rulers. The way that the rulers went are the way that the people follow. So when the people follow the leader, like how they always have, so as the leaders go, so goes the nation. That's how it's always been for the Jewish people for their entire history. If they had a good leader, the people were doing well too. But if they had a poor leader, then the people did the same thing that they would do. And so they're a mess. And so they're either doing what they should be doing, or they're not doing what they should be doing. In Revelation chapter 12, Satan goes after the Jewish people because he knows that in order for Jesus to return the second time, the Jewish people are going to have to acknowledge their offense. And the question is, what is the offense that they have to acknowledge? The offense that they have to acknowledge is the rejection of Jesus. It wasn't the cross. The cross was a byproduct of their rejection. Their offense was rejecting Jesus. Jesus showed up in Matthew chapter 8, 9, 10, and 11, and 12. Jesus showed up and he was offering them the kingdom. He's like, here's the kingdom. He's like, take it. He's like, I'm the king. He's like, here's the kingdom. And they said, no. And so then Jesus withdrew that offer. He put it to the side. And then that is what we dive into when we unpack the millennial kingdom. That's when Jesus is going to be back on the earth. So in Revelation chapter 13, you dive into this next unbelievable chapter. In Revelation chapter 13, you have this really interesting two verses. In chapter 13, verse 1, it says, "Then I stood on the sand of the sea, and I saw a beast rising up out of the sea, having 7 heads and 10 horns, and on his horns 10 crowns, and on his heads a blasphemous name. Now the beast which I saw was like a leopard, his feet like the feet of a bear, and his mouth like the mouth of a lion. The dragon gave him his power, his throne, and great authority." What's interesting about these verses here is that it points you and I back to Daniel chapter 7. In Daniel chapter 7, Daniel has a very similar vision, but Daniel sees it in the reverse order. In Daniel's vision, he sees the lion first, then the bear, then the leopard. Here in Revelation chapter 13, verse 2, John sees it in reverse. John sees the leopard, the bear, and then the lion. So it's almost like from Daniel's point of view, when Daniel was looking in the future, Daniel's looking in the future and he sees it in chronological order. But from John's point of view, since he was looking at it as a, like past tense kind of situation, he sees it in the reverse order. So it's really interesting how this is. But my point here in bringing this up at all is to get you to understand that the lion, the bear, and the leopard represent empires. In Daniel chapter 7, the lion was representative of Babylon. In Daniel chapter 7, the bear is representative of Persia. And the leopard was represented of Alexander the Great, or the Greek Empire. And so what's interesting about them is that when you see Revelation chapter 13, when John is talking about this beast, he says that this future beast is going to have the characteristics of all of the other beasts. He's like, all of the other beasts. He's like, all of those beasts that were before, he's like, this future beast is going to be like all of them put together. And so it's going to be one beast, but it's going to have like 7 heads all over the place. And so it's like if you put all of the empires, all of, Egypt, Assyria, Babylon, Medo-Persian Empire, the Greek Empire, the Roman Empire, and the upcoming empire, it's going to be all of them, and it's going to be embodied in this beast. And so this beast is going to have leopard-like characteristics, Alexander the Great characteristics, going out rapidly all over the place, conquering and to conquer. That is similar to what Alexander the Great did. And then when you look at the bear characteristics, that's speaking of the Persian Empire, and the Persians were absolutely ruthless. It's kind of like when you see a bear messing something up, it's just like bam, and you just see this, whatever it's getting hit by that bear, it just got absolutely rick-rolled. And you're just like, holy smokes, that thing just got mauled. And so that's basically what this beast is also going to be like. But then you also have the lion characteristics, which is very regal, very kingly. And so that is going to be this future system that is going to appear onto the earth, and it's going to be unbelievable. In Revelation chapter 13, we are told that this, in Revelation chapter 13, you see that this Antichrist is going to have, he's going to have authority. He's going to be given authority. Thank you, Amy. He's going to be given authority for, some people say continents, and I don't understand. I actually don't understand why people think that they're continents. I haven't been able to really understand that when I tried looking at that. So maybe I'm just looking at it wrong. I don't see how people see that. That's not my opinion. But, as per usual, test all things. These are secondary issues. But in Revelation 13, you see the Antichrist. He's given authority for 42 months. Now, that's very interesting because you see that the 2 witnesses have authority for 3.5 years. And the beast, when he arises, he is also given authority for 3.5 years. Three, this is a half. 3 and 1/2, and 3 and... So 7. So my point here is that the 2 witnesses, they're going to be untouchable. They're closely associated with the temple for 3.5 years. And the beast, the Antichrist, is going to have authority for 3.5 years as well. The beast cannot have authority while the two witnesses are there, because the beast wants to go into the temple. And so that's why after the two witnesses go away, that is when he is given his authority, because then he's going to be able to do whatever he wants to do. So that is very interesting. But in Revelation chapter 13, you see that this beast is coupled by another person. There is two beasts in Revelation 13. There's a duet. There's a duality that is given here. And this is where we're introduced to the false prophet. The false prophet is the false prophet is going to be following the Antichrist around, and he's going to be able to do all kinds of wonderful things. He's going to be able to mesmerize the masses and just deceive people. And so it's really interesting to see what is going on here, but this false prophet is going to be doing signs and wonders, and people are going to be so just consumed with how wonderful these miracles actually are. And so when you recognize what's being done here is that these people on the earth during the tribulation period, they are going to be looking for a leader. Don't forget what has happened up until this point. Remember the seal judgments, remember the bowl judgments. There was a demonic invasion. There was all kinds of death. There's all kinds of death, chaos, anarchy, famine. There's all kinds of terrible things happening all over the world. The people on the earth during this time are freaking out. They are looking for a person to follow. And so when this person shows up, they're going to be welcoming him with open arms. And it's at this point when he puts an image in the temple, and this is the abomination of desolation, which gets you to recognize Antiochus Epiphanes IV, because what you have in Antiochus Epiphanes IV, he basically did the same thing that the Antichrist is going to do in the future. Antiochus Epiphanes, back in the past, he built a statue of Zeus inside the Holy of Holies. That's what he did. And then he sacrificed a pig inside the Holy of Holies. This is terrible stuff. Like this is the desecrating. The abomination of desolation, right? And so when you think about what the Antiochus Epiphanes did back then, that is exactly what the Antichrist is going to do in the future. And so you see this image. This image is going to be on the scene. And when this image shows up, this is the same time when the mark of the beast is going to be released onto the world. The mark of the beast is not here yet. It may be in development, which you can make a strong argument for that. But the mark of the beast is not something that people are going to develop in one day. It's not just going to appear out of thin air. People are going to be working on it. They're working, all while they're getting the world desensitized to certain ideas. Remember before, like how long ago people thought the internet was like the worst thing ever, and like, oh, and now it's just a way of life. And then, credit cards and debit cards came out, and people were like, no. And now, like, people are like smartwatches, and like, but now we're like used to like chipping pets and putting chips in pets, and there's chips in people over in, I forget what country, maybe it was Sweden or something like that. But they're like literal people have chips inside themselves. And so it's just, it's not uncommon. And so people are getting desensitized, and they're just like, okay, yeah, that's just normal. Like, yeah, of course we're going to do that. And then you have Neuralink. You have all of these things that are just being pushed out there, and they're priming the minds of the masses to be like, okay, this is completely normal. This is the way that life is going, and this is how we evolve, right? And so it's really provocative, And then if you pay attention to, the World Economic Forum, you dive into this whole transhumanistic kind of mindset that these people are really trying to dive into, and you just get into this world of like, is this like actual real life? There's people actually trying to do this? And you're like, yeah. And so it's very, very strange, but it's also not strange when you start paying attention to it. There's a lot of stuff going on in the world. And just because we may be aware of it or we may not be aware of it doesn't mean that it's not going to happen. This stuff is going to take place one way or the other. And so the mark of the beast is going to be unleashed. Everybody who is alive during this time is going to have an option. They are going to have the option to choose to worship the Antichrist. If they worship the Antichrist, then they're going to be able to buy things and sell things and buy food and stuff like that. But if they do not get the mark of the beast, then they are going to be hunted down and ended. A lot of them are going to lose their heads. And so it's really crazy to see what's going on here, but there is going to be a line drawn in the sand right at the 3.5 year mark. Right at the 3.5 year mark, there's a line drawn in the sand. And so people, if they choose to worship the Antichrist, they are going to be thrown into the lake of fire. That's going to happen. There's no stopping it. It is going to happen. You can't undo it. So whatever this mark of the beast is going to be, it does something to that person to where it disconnects their possibility of the possibility of them putting their faith in Jesus Christ. I don't know what that means. You can get as deep as you want to go in that, and it's just secondary at the end of the day. But the bottom line is that it is no, do not pass go, do not collect $200 if this actually is done. And so my mom, she's been witnessing and being a witness and witnessing to my aunt and for my entire life. And so she got to the point where, my aunt is just like, I don't want to hear it anymore. And so my mom just ended it and was like, okay, she's like, just like, can you promise me not to take the mark of the beast if you see it? And she told her about it, and she's like, okay, I promise I won't take it. And so that's where she ended it. And so it's really tough. There's some people who are just like, I don't want to hear it anymore. And so it's heartbreaking, but that seed is now in my aunt's mind. And so you never know, the people that we're talking to right now, they might go through the tribulation, which is what we don't want them to. But I do believe that many people, obviously there's going to be a great multitude that comes out of the tribulation who is saved. And I think it's a lot of that is because of people like you guys, like who are telling people about Jesus right now. And so that's why we need to keep on doing that, because he is long suffering. He's not willing that any should perish. He just knows what's going to happen. And so it's just so interesting. In Revelation chapter 14, diving into Revelation chapter 14, you have this angel that comes out of heaven, and he preaches the gospel to the world. And so these people on the earth are going to have a decision to make. They're going to see it very clearly. It's going to be a very clear decision, because there's going to be the Antichrist and the false prophet doing all kinds of cool, shiny stuff. But then there's going to be an angel that everybody is going to see and hear. I want you to think about the deception that's going to be around during that time period, because there's going to be an angel, and this angel is going to be seen and heard, and people are still not going to believe. Can you just think about that? The deception is going to be unbelievable. It is going to be unbelievable. People are going to see that angel and be like, you know what? No, thank you. And then they're going to go over here and join that guy. And it's just crazy. It is crazy. It is unbelievable. Also, guys, understand that whoever the Antichrist is, whoever he is, he's going to be a friend of Israel initially. He's going to be a friend. Because he's going to be a peacemaker. He's going to try to make peace. And he's going to do a great job. He will go out conquering and to conquer, meaning he has already been conquering. So when you recognize that this guy, whoever he is, he's not going to come out swinging. He's going to come out with, like roses and stuff like that. He's going to be like, hey, let's be friends. And what can I do for you? And it is very interesting, like who is this person going to be? I do not know. But I do know that we are one day closer to home, and I can't wait. But that's Revelation chapter 14. In Revelation chapter 14, you see the angel. That takes us to Revelation chapter 15. What's up, Trisha? In Revelation chapter 15, this is another little bit of a commercial break in Revelation chapter 15. It basically gives you like a heavenly scene, something that's taking place up in heaven. And so in Revelation chapter 15, you see these 7 angels go into the temple in heaven, and God is in the temple in heaven. And so these 7 angels go into the temple of heaven, and they pick up these 7 bowls, and then they leave, and then they go out. They all pick up a bowl, and then they go out. And then that gives you to Revelation chapter 16. In Revelation chapter 16, this is when God gives those 7 angels the green light to pour out their bowls onto the earth. And so that is crazy. God is saying, yep, go ahead, pour them out. And so the first bowl that is poured out, unlike the trumpet judgments was a judgment of the thirds. It was a third of the sea, a third of the water, a third of the ships, a third of the grass, a third of the trees, whatever. It was a third. But in contrast, the bowl judgments are a judgment of the wholes. It's 100%. Whatever the bowl is being poured out on, it is 100% affecting whatever is there. And so in Revelation 16, this first bowl is poured out on those who receive the mark of the beast. We need to understand that in Revelation 16, that the bowl judgments, the first one is poured out on the mark of those who chose to receive the mark of the beast. That's a big deal. And then when you go to verse 8, you see that the angel poured out his bowl on the sun, and power was given him to scorch man with fire. That is crazy. And so the mark of the people who choose the mark of the beast have a bowl that is reserved just for them. And it's going to be terrible. Their bodies are going to be covered with loathsome sores. And then after that, then they're going to get scorched. And they do not die. They don't. This is not them dying. They don't do that because they are going to appear before the sheep and goat judgments. That is what's going to happen. They're going to walk their little itty bitty feet over and they're going to stand before Jesus who sits on the throne, and that is going to take place at the sheep and goat judgment. Let me ask you a question. After these people have the mark of the beast, and after they are covered in loathsome sores, and after they have been scorched with the sun, do you think it's going to be hard to determine which one are the sheep and the goats? Because the sheep are going to be over here and the goats are going to be over here, and they'll be like, oh, that's definitely a goat. Mom, look at that guy. Like, what the heck happened? But like, that's what's going to take place. And the people who receive the mark of the beast are going to be ended at the sheep and goat judgments, which is crazy. Hey, thank you so much for that gift. Thank you so much. And so that's Revelation chapter 16. There's so much in Revelation 16. We spent a lot of time there. You could just stay there forever. One of the things that is interesting is in verse 12, it talks about the great river Euphrates drying up. That's one of the bowl judgments. In the bowl judgment, this great river Euphrates is going to dry up. This is not happening. It's not doing it right now. It's not the bowl judgment. Whatever happens right now, it's nothing that is taking place in the book of Revelation. There's some people who are like, we're in the Revelations, and I'm like, ugh. I'm like, no, this has not happened yet. And so we are not there. We are not in the tribulation. There are people who say that, and just so you know, we are not in it right now. If we were, you would know. But here, this great river Euphrates is going to dry up, and it doesn't seem like that bad of a deal or big of a deal because, you know, the water was turned to blood at that point anyways, because that was one of the bowl judgments. So it doesn't seem like that big of a deal, but it is because of what it does. When God allows this bowl to be poured out on the river Euphrates, the river dries up, and the natural byproduct of the river drying up is basically God is opening a door for the armies to walk across. And God is basically gathering them, and that's what you see. They gather at a place called Armageddon, which is Megiddo. They are gathering there. And so God is basically, he's got his wine press, his little bucket here, and he basically lets them all get in there. And then when they're all in there, he picks it up and he's like, okay, you're all here. He sets the bucket down and then he just stomps. So this bowl judgment is him gathering them to be wrecked. That is that bowl judgment. It doesn't happen right away because it's the water is drying up. But that is what eventually takes place. He's like, yep, go ahead and gather. Go ahead and gather. Go ahead, yeah, bring your friends. Come on. Everybody in here? Everybody? Let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4. Where's Steve? But that's basically what's going to be taking place during that time. He's going to gather them all there, and then that is basically setting the scene for when Jesus returns. Revelation chapter 16, verse 17 is a verse that you need to be familiar with too. In Revelation chapter 16, verse 17, it says, Then the seventh angel poured out his bowl into the air, and a loud voice came out of the temple of heaven from the throne, saying, "It is done." This is God, who the voice that's coming out of his temple. That's God's voice, because in Revelation 15, we see that God was in the temple alone. He was there by himself. The angels go in, they get the bowls, and then they leave, and then God is in there alone. It's like it's almost as if he just needs to be alone. He's like, I need to be alone. He's like this. It's almost, at least to me, and I'm, this is me postulating, but it almost seems that he wants to be alone because he's not happy about what's about to take place. And so that's just an idea, but I don't think he's not taking any pride and joy in doing what is going to be done to the earth during this time. Obviously he's not doing that. He's not taking any or getting any joy out of that, because that is heartbreaking, because people are living in active rebellion, and that's not something he wants to be done. But in Revelation chapter 16, verse 17, a voice comes out of the temple, and the voice says, "It is done." Now, when God says it is done, he's referring to the time of Jacob's trouble. Jacob's trouble is done. Jacob's trouble is done. Israel's trouble is done. He's like, because their trouble was for a period of 7 years. And so that's important to recognize. But if you read that and you don't understand what God is talking about there, then you're like, well, what does he mean it's done? Because when you keep reading, there's like earthquakes, there's all kinds of stuff that's happening. So what is done? The thing that is done is the time of Jacob's trouble. The time of Israel's trouble has come to an end. So that sets the scene for Revelation chapter 17 and 18. Revelation chapter 17 and 18 basically are chapters about Babylon. In chapter 17, you have a beast and a woman. The beast is a representation of the political system that is going to be around during the 7 years. For the first 3.5 years of the tribulation, there is going to be a political system that is going to be enacted, in force. They're going to be in control for the first 3.5 years. Now, the reason why the 10 kings are in control for the first 3.5 years is because the Antichrist has not yet been revealed. So for the first 3.5 years, you have the 10 kings. Then for the second 3.5 years, the 10 kings go down to 7. Because in Daniel chapter 7, it talks about how the Antichrist, the little horn, is going to pluck up 3 of the kings. He's going to throw them away. He's like, you go over there. And he is going to be the 8th. He is going to reign at that time. And he's going to subdue 3 of the kings. And so for the first 3.5 years, you have the beast, which is 10 kings, the political system. But then you have a woman who is riding the beast. And the woman is representing the false church, the false Christendom. There is false Christendom all over the place right now, and there's going to be false Christendom during the tribulation period as well. That's what Revelation chapter 17 is talking about. So you have a beast and the woman. The woman rides the beast. Wherever the beast goes, the woman goes. But then the woman gets devoured by the 10 kings. The woman goes away, and when the woman is destroyed, that is when the Antichrist rises up. And that doesn't take place until the 3.5 year mark. So it's really interesting. But that's Revelation 17. Revelation chapter 18, Revelation chapter 18, you have the structure, in a sense, of Babylon. Babylon is a system. And so many people have the question of what is Babylon? And, I ask the same question. Nobody knows for sure. Many people believe that it's America. Many people think that it's New York. Whatever your opinion is, one way or the other, it's all going to come crashing down. And so this system, this Babylonian system, is going to fall. And we talked a lot about this. And so it's a very provocative kind of conversation because of how it begins. In Genesis chapter 10, you are told about a guy named Nimrod. Nimrod is he had the first kingdom. That's what you see. Cush begot Nimrod. Nimrod was a great warrior. He was a mighty warrior. And so, hey, thank you. Be blessed. Thank you so much for that gift. So Nimrod was a mighty warrior, and his first kingdom was Babylon or Babel. And so it's so interesting to see, because that's Genesis 10. Now we're all the way in Revelation 17 and 18, and we're still reading about Babylon. And so I proposed to you when we went through Revelation 18, I said the whole world is probably all Babylon. All of the things that we have in our system in America, in Russia, and Canada, and Africa, it's all connected. And so it just seems like all of those things, all of the cities are going to fall. In Revelation chapter 16, it says in Revelation chapter 16, verse 19. In Revelation 16, verse 19, it says, after God says it is done, in Revelation chapter 16, verse 19, it says, now the great city, Jerusalem, was divided into 3 parts, but then it says, and the cities of the nations fell. I want you to just think about that for a second. That is a verse that we just casually read over. That is a big verse right there. The cities of the nations fell. That's wild. The cities of the nations fell. Now, when you read the word nations in the Bible, it's speaking of Gentiles, right? The cities of the Gentiles fell. I am a Gentile. I live in a Gentile world. You probably are too. So wherever your city is, that city is going to fall. That's fascinating. And so when you think about that, the cities of the nations fell, and you're like, well, wait a second, that's talking about Babylon. It's because of the very next verse, it says, and great Babylon was remembered before God. You see, these nations are going to fall. And so it just goes into this such an interesting kind of, we could just talk about this for a while. If you want to read more about Babylon, you can read it in Isaiah 13 and 14, Jeremiah 50 and 51, and Revelation 17 and 18, and you can read more about it. All of them speak about Babylon being utterly destroyed. And so the question is, what is Babylon? And so when people say it's America, I'm like, yeah, I think so too. When they say it's New York, I'm like, yeah, I think so too. But I also think it's all over the place. I think everything has Babylonian ties. We are all Babylon. And so it's interesting because it's going to go away. And it goes back to Genesis 10 when you see Babylon, its kingdom, Nimrod, and his kingdom. That was the first kingdom, right? Nimrod and his kingdom. That's the first kingdom. If you do a tale of 2 cities, you will see Babylon and Jerusalem. You will see the seed of the woman and the seed of the serpent. You will see Satan's kingdom and God's kingdom. It's all of these it's all of these parallels, and it's just, you just see this happening. And so in Daniel chapter 2, Nebuchadnezzar has a dream. He sees the dream, and Daniel interprets the dream for him, right? Remember what Daniel told Nebuchadnezzar? He's like, you had a dream. You saw the head was made of gold. You got the arms, the silver, brass, feet mixed with clay and iron and whatnot. You see all of that. And then Daniel describes that a stone comes down and it hits the idol or the image, and it smashes it. And so this image is a picture of the Gentile nations, Babylon, Medo-Persian Empire, Greek, and Roman Empire. That image is a picture of the Gentile nations, or you could say the times of the Gentiles. And so this stone is going to smash it. And when that stone smashes it, that stone becomes a giant mountain and fills the whole earth. That mountain is a picture of Jesus's kingdom. His kingdom is going to fill up the whole earth. So you see his kingdom destroying another kingdom, and that is what is going on. It all goes back to Nimrod in Genesis 10 and 11 and Babel. And so Babylon is going to fall. And so you see it introduced in Genesis 10, and it's going away, and it's going to be destroyed. And you see that many places, but since we're in Revelation, you see it specifically here in Revelation chapter 17 and 18. And so that's very, very provocative. Anyways, that's Revelation chapter 18. Hello, Sherry. Good to see you. In Revelation chapter 19, if you guys are new here, thank you so much for being here. My name is Ryan. We're just going through the book of Revelation. Everything we're talking about is just review. This is all stuff we've all talked about. If you guys have not followed me on YouTube, I would encourage you to do that just in case TikTok goes away. They're still threatening to take TikTok away from us Americans because we have freedom, and nothing screams freedom like taking something from you. So if you are interested in a verse-by-verse Bible study, there is a link up here. It's called It's Sheesh. Thank you, Amber. It's right here if you want to type that in. There's also a link up in my TikTok profile if you want to follow me on YouTube. We've done like 25 books, verse by verse, chapter by chapter, book by book. We started with Revelation, and 25 books later, we are back at Revelation. So it's a good one. Is pretending your last resort? Yes, I do enjoy pretending. But when you get back into Revelation chapter 19, completing this review, in Revelation chapter 19, you get into this whole conversation about the difference between the marriage and the marriage supper. In Revelation chapter 19, verse 7, you see the marriage. In Revelation chapter 19, verse 9, you have the marriage supper. And so it's so interesting to really understand that there's a difference between the two. There's a difference between the marriage, like how when if you're married, you had a marriage and then you went to the reception after. So that's the same thing that's going on here. There is the marriage, the wedding, and then the wedding supper. So that is what you see in Revelation chapter 19, which is very interesting because in Revelation chapter 19, verse 9, it says, "Then he said to me, write, blessed are those who are called to the marriage supper of the Lamb. And he said to me, these are the true sayings of God." So there are people who are called to the marriage supper. The question is, who are they who are called? You and I, if you are a born-again believer right now, you and I are the bride. So we are not called there. We are just going to be there. There are people who are going to be called, invited, if you will. And this is why it's so interesting, because when you see John the Baptist, he's like, I am not the. What's he say? He says, I'm not I'm not the groom. I'm not the bride. I'm not the bride or the groom. He's like, I'm the friend of the bridegroom, or something like that. John identifies himself to be the friend of the bridegroom, and so you and I are the bride. John the Baptist is the friend, and you and I, Jesus is the groom. So you have different players that are there, and so it's really interesting to understand, like when you start to see this kind of stuff, you're like, wait a second, there's different players. There's people that are here. They're all saints, but they all seem to have like a different role to play. And it is. The Old Testament saints are the friends of the groom, which is interesting. You know, you and I, the New Testament, the church, you and I here are the bride. And that's pretty cool, because during this marriage supper, there's going to be Jesus, the groom, the bride, you and I, and then the friends, which are the Old Testament saints and the tribulation saints, which is very interesting. Anyways, that's Revelation chapter 19. Revelation chapter 19, do you have a scripture for John saying he is a friend? Well, I forget your name. Aigi. April, stop yelling. I'm so sorry. The friend. Oh yes, John 3:29. In John 3:29, it says, "He who has the bride is the bridegroom, but the friend of the bridegroom, who stands and hears him, rejoices greatly because of the bridegroom's voice. Therefore, this joy of mine is fulfilled." Yes, absolutely. April showers bring Mayflowers. But wait, I don't. So what is Pilgrim? Dang it, Eric, blocked. I forget it. I ruined it. To get to the other side. I don't. You know what? I can't even think of how that joke goes. How does it go? Thank you, Eric. You see, Eric, he understands. Okay. I will try to remember that. I know you told me that before. I know you told me your name. There's many times I forget names. I'm sorry. But yeah, no, we understand. So also, Luke, if you want to go to Luke 16, what's interesting about that, April, is that if April showers bring May flowers, then what do Mayflowers bring? That's what it is. Thank you, Eric. I appreciate that. That's a big help. But in Luke chapter 16, if you want to go to Luke 16:16, which hopefully will connect something, and this is something that we've talked about before, Luke chapter 16, verse 16 tells us that the Old Testament basically ends with John the Baptist, which is so interesting. There is an end to the Old Testament. In Luke chapter 16, verse 16, it says, the law and the prophets were until John. And so you have categories. There is Old Testament saints, and they ended with John. Mayflowers bring allergies. I'm telling you, dang straight, Angie. And so anyways, so when you look at John and the relationship that John had, John was the friend. You and I are the bride. We are different. And when you understand that we are different, then you can understand that there's categories that are going to be in the kingdom. And then when you understand there's categories, then your mind just hurts. And I'm telling you what, your mind's going to hurt tonight, because when we start diving into some of this stuff in Revelation 21, when we get there, I mean, it is just so, that's what I was, if you were here at the beginning, I was like, I was just writing something down because I didn't want to forget it. Because it's hard to think when you guys are all looking at me. And so that's why I just ask you guys to turn around sometimes so that I can think, because I can feel you looking at me. And when you look at me, then I can't think. My tummy does from laughing. TikTok coins, and you can Oh, that's cool. Hello, Gina. When will you be going through Revelation 21? Today. We are just doing a review. Hurts. How did you special order it? Are you talking about the allergies? Hey, Angie, sorry. Yogi, did you special order your allergies? Philena wants to know. I'm totally kidding. I'm sure she's talking about something completely different. I just messaged him about it. I hope he didn't forget. I probably forgot. What was it? Oh, gosh. Oh, the one day closer to home. Julie, I did not forget, which is interesting because I am a hot mess right now. Revelation chapter 20. We can get back into it. There's so much stuff going on in Revelation chapter 19. Hello, Gina Bina. In Revelation chapter 19, you have the revelation of Jesus Christ, which is really neat. You have the unveiling of Jesus Christ. That's what's taking place in Revelation chapter 19. So just so you're aware, if you're looking for the revelation, it's in Revelation chapter 19, verse 11 specifically. You have so much going on there, but let's get into Revelation chapter 20. In Revelation chapter 20, you see Satan, after Jesus returns to the earth, you see Satan is bound into the bottomless pit for 1,000 years. Now, we spent over 13 hours on Revelation chapter 20, verse 1 through 6. That's ridiculous. But that's a long time, and the reason why we did that is to get a better understanding of the Millennial Kingdom. There is so much stuff that is going to take place during the Millennial Kingdom. And there needs to be a literal millennial kingdom. And so I propose to you the idea that there is a literal millennial kingdom. It really blows my mind how there are some Christians who I actually think are brothers and sisters of Christ who do not believe in a literal millennial kingdom, literal 1,000-year millennial kingdom. And so we spent 13 hours just on the millennial kingdom. And so Kristen, there's a YouTube channel. The YouTube channel is, yes, thank you, Amber. It is ITZ_sheesh. There's a link up here if you would like to go check that out as well. But so here in Revelation chapter 20, we can just talk about the Millennial Kingdom for a little bit, just so you guys can understand it. Yeah, absolutely. So some people say that we only get the idea of a millennial kingdom because of Revelation chapter 20. I would argue greatly with that. The reason why we believe in a millennial kingdom comes from the Old Testament. And it's good to remember that the Old Testament were Jesus's scriptures. So when we say the scriptures, it's an allusion to the Old Testament. And when we say the Old Testament, it's what Jesus had. Because remember in Luke chapter 4, he read from Isaiah. He quoted Daniel. You see him do this. He's like, these are the scriptures. And so the millennial kingdom is not a New Testament idea. It is an Old Testament idea. What's up, Eddie? Good to see you, man. It's fun to see your the lake. That's a huge lake, 90,000 acres. That is crazy. But here in Revelation chapter 20, you see that the beginning of the millennial kingdom basically starts with Satan being bound for 1,000 years. He's going to be bound for 1,000 years. And during that 1,000 years right there, Jesus is setting up his kingdom. And when Jesus sets up his kingdom, he's going to be reigning as king. Now, hello, Saint Beard, good to see you. Jesus is going to be reigning as king, and he's going to have government. He's going to have a government. There's going to be two branches of government. There's going to be a Gentile branch and a Jewish branch. The Gentile branch, it's going to be you and I. We're going to be reigning with him. That is so cool. Then also on the Jewish side, there's going to be the Jewish branch of government, which is going to be a hierarchy of sorts, but it's all going to be a monarchy. Jesus is going to be the king, and we're all going to be reigning with him, but we're going to be serving him. But we're going to be reigning over people. And so when you understand that we're going to be reigning, the question is like, well, who are we going to be reigning over? And so this is why it's good to unpack this stuff. This stuff matters. They're all secondary issues, but they matter. So I propose to you the idea. So on the Jewish branch, there's going to be King David. He's going to be back. He's going to be king over Israel under Jesus. He's going to be king over Israel. We looked up those passages. Then also under King David, there's going to be the 12 apostles sitting on 12 thrones. Those 12 apostles sitting on 12 thrones are going to be ruling over the 12 tribes of Israel. And then there's princes and counselors and whatnot. So you see this hierarchy. Thank you, Sweets and treats. Dude, I love candy. I had some high chews today, and I had some nerd clusters. So there's that. I don't know why I said that. Oh, yes, sweets and treats. Oh, hello. Thank you. That's an interesting name. The devil. Oh, squirrel. Yes. But the Millennial Kingdom, thank you so much for those gifts. I love need clusters. Me too. I love Ryan's ADD. Yeah, it's weird. But anyways, so the Millennial Kingdom, 1,000 years, Jesus is going to be reigning. He's going to have a government. We're going to be a part of that. Focus, Ryan. But there's going to be a government, a hierarchy, and so it's good to recognize that. This how do I say this in like a minute? So the next thing that I believe is going to happen, I believe in a pre-tribulation rapture. If you believe in something different, that's completely fine. But in my opinion, the order of events that are going to take place, the next thing that's going to happen, in my opinion, is going to be the rapture. I think that's right around the corner. I really do. I think it's going to happen in my lifetime just because of how fast things are speeding up. It's happening so quickly. It's unbelievable. So I believe the rapture is going to happen next. And then after the rapture, there's going to be 7 years of tribulation on earth. While there's 7 years of tribulation on earth, there is a 7-year wedding ceremony that is taking place up in heaven. And so at the end of the 7 years, we are going to return with Jesus to the earth. And then when we return with Jesus to the earth, that's when the whole campaign of Armageddon takes place. Jesus just wrecks everybody. Not everybody, but the people who are there, who gathered together against him. And then after that, he is going to have the sheep and goat judgments. The sheep and goat judgments are going, Nell. The sheep and goat judgments are going to take place. Jesus is going to be sitting on his throne on earth. He's going to be judging and separating the sheep and goats. The goats are going to be thrown into everlasting fire. The sheep are literally allowed to walk into the millennial kingdom. That's how it's going to happen. The sheep are the Gentiles who got saved during the tribulation. There are people who are going to get born again during the tribulation. Those are called tribulation saints. And so those people, hello Monica, those people who walk into the millennial kingdom are humans. They still have on this body. You and I at that time are going to have on our glorified body. We are not going to be able to sin anymore. So you and I are in our glorified body are going to be reigning over the humans who still have their normal body on, but they're saved. They still have their sinful nature. You and I do not. We cannot sin anymore, but they can, even though they're born again. And so right when the clock starts for the millennial kingdom to begin, Satan is locked up. Jesus' kingdom, his kingdom begins with everybody in there who is a Christian. But then as time goes on, as centuries go on, children are being born. And those children grow up, and then they have children and children and children and children and children, and the earth is getting populated. But while that's taking place, people are seeing Jesus. They're seeing you and I. They're seeing how cool we look. We're like, hey, look at how cool I am. I'm super shiny, kind of like Moses and Elijah in Matthew chapter 17 on the Mount of Transfiguration. Woo! And so they're going to see us. They're going to see Jesus, and they're going to be like, you know what? I put my faith in Jesus. I believe he is God. But then there's going to be other people who are going to be like, you know what? I disagree. And I don't like Jesus. And so they're going to rebel. They're going to be born in the millennial kingdom, and they are going to rebel against Jesus. And so when they rebel against Jesus, that's what basically Ezekiel chapter 38 is talking about, because that's when Israel is going to be living in unwalled villages. And when they live in unwalled villages, that's when Satan gets released after the 1,000 years. He runs to Gog. He tells Gog, he's like, hey, let's go do this thing against Israel. And so Gog gets his whole army together, and they gather and they surround they surround the city, Jerusalem, and the people and the camp. And that is what Ezekiel chapter 38 seems to be talking about. And so it's really interesting to see how all of this is going to transpire. But that's how I believe the order of operations. Thank you, Sweet and Treats. Your name is too long, TST. Now what does it mean? What is that? Thank you so much. So anyways, that is a little bit of a timeline. I should draw something so that I don't have to. I could just hold it up. But that's that's Revelation chapter 20. That takes place all during the millennial kingdom, during the literal 1,000 years while Jesus is reigning on the earth, and that is unbelievable. Also, Gog and Magog war is in the millennium. Good question, Max. Yeah, I just actually made a video. I made 2 videos on this. Actually, they're my most recent videos. I disagree with a lot of big names out there as far as the people who see it differently, just so you know. So just test all things. But I do believe that what I say is true. Some people believe that the Gog and Magog war is going to happen. Some people believe it could happen before the rapture, and some people believe that it's going to happen during the tribulation. I disagree with all of that. Thank you, Blessed. I believe that the first Gog and Magog war is described in Ezekiel chapter 39. That Ezekiel 39 is talking about what the war that takes place at the Battle of Armageddon. I think that's what that is describing. The second one is going to take place at the end of the millennial kingdom. When Satan gets released, he goes to Gog, he gathers Gog and all of Gog's army, and then Gog goes against Israel. And then that's when fire comes out of heaven and devours them without even a fight. There's no fight. They all gather. They're like, we're going to do it. Yeah, we're going to do it. And then fire comes out and they're like, oh, snap. So that's Revelation chapter 20. Because in Revelation chapter 20, verse 7, it says, now when the 1,000 years have expired, Satan will be released from his prison and will go out to deceive the nations which are in the 4 corners of the earth, Gog and Magog, to gather them together to battle, whose number is as the sand of the sea. They went up on the breadth of the earth and surrounded the camp and the saints, the camp of the saints and the beloved city. And fire came down from God out of heaven and devoured them. So there's 2 things there. There's the camp of the saints and the beloved city. So the camp of the saints, in my opinion, is the unwalled villages that is mentioned in Ezekiel chapter 38. That's what is there. That's in my opinion. I could be wrong, but test all things. What's up, Vino? Good to see you. So that's Revelation chapter 20. Also in Revelation chapter 20, after all of that, Satan gets cast into lake of fire, which is where the beast and the false prophet are. It's good. We talked about that. There's nobody currently in the lake of fire at the moment. There is nobody there. It is completely empty. And it's always good to remember that the lake of fire was created for the devil and his angels. But, people who live in active rebellion and live in rebellion for their entire life and die that way, that's where they're going to go. He's like, you don't want to be with me. That's okay. That's your decision. So that's Revelation chapter 20. We talked about the great white throne judgment. That's a good conversation to have. You do not want to go to the great white throne judgment. This is where the books are going to be open. We talk about the books. We talked about the works. There are different degrees of punishment that are going to be enacted or inflicted on people during this time. There's going to be people who lived a relatively good life, from our opinion, but their punishment or their condemnation is going to be not as great. But we understand from Matthew, I think it's Matthew 23, when Jesus is talking to the Pharisees, he says, "Woe to you, scribes and Pharisees, hypocrites." And then he goes on and says, "You shall receive a greater condemnation." And so if you can receive a greater condemnation, then that implies that you can receive a lesser condemnation. And so also when Jesus was going around, he was talking to Chorazin and Bethsaida. He says, "Woe to you, Chorazin, woe to you, Bethsaida, for if the things that were done in you were done in Sidon and Tyre, they would have repented long ago." And so he says it's going to be more tolerable for you in that day than it was. It's going to be more tolerable for Sodom and Gomorrah than for you in that day. So basically, Jesus was saying they're going to get wrecked and it's going to get so much worse than what Sodom and Gomorrah got. So you have this idea of there's different degrees of punishment that are going to be given during the Great White Throne Judgment. But the Great White Throne Judgment, the people who stand before the Great White Throne, they are all lost. And they are going to be judged according to their works. And so that is what Revelation chapter 20 is talking about. So their name, we talked about the book of life. During the book of life, there's verses in there that give the idea that your name can be blotted out of the book of life. Before we talk about this, I want you to understand that I believe if you are saved, you are always saved. That is what I believe. There are people who believe you can lose it, and I disagree with that. I believe if you are born again, you can't get unborn again. I believe if you are a new creation, I don't think you can become an un-new creation. I don't think it works that way. I don't think it goes snip, snap, snip, snap. So with that being said, I believe if you are saved, you are always saved. Now, I say all that to go into this idea of your name being blotted out of the book of life. So we talked about this during the study. So just a real quick touch on this. I believe names can be blotted out of the book of life. Here is why. I believe here's the book of life. Pretend this is the book of life. Everybody who has ever had a heartbeat is in the book of life. Everybody. Every single person who has ever had a heartbeat is in the book of life. But if people reject Jesus and they die that way, then their names are blotted out. And when their names are blotted out of this book, then their names are written in the book of works. So they're blotted out of the book of life, and they're written in the book of works. So everybody, and this screams of God's amazing grace. He's like, I had you. He's like, this is what I want you to be. He's like, I want you in the book of life. He's like, but if you reject me, then your name will be blotted out of the book of life, and it will be written in the book of works. Hopefully that doesn't confuse anybody. It just is, if people never accept Jesus as their Lord and Savior and repent and put their faith in Him, if they never do that, then when they die that way, then their name will be blotted out. Hopefully that makes sense. I can understand that. That's just my opinion on it. This is something that nobody can know for sure. There's different ideas that are out there. I proposed to you 2 ideas There's another idea out there where people believe that there's the book of life, there's the Lamb's book of life, and then there's also the book of works. I believe there's two books, the book of life and the book of works. There's other people who believe there's three books, the Lamb's book of life and the book of life. But I believe the Lamb's book of life and the book of life are one and the same. And so that is just secondary. It doesn't matter. It's secondary. But again, this idea of being blotted out, I believe it is a possibility, but it's not somebody who is born again. It was somebody who never got saved. It was somebody who died in their sins, who never put their faith in Jesus. So hopefully that makes sense. So that is Revelation chapter 1 through 20. That's just a review on some of the stuff that we talked on. And so that's a review. Hopefully that was enjoyable for you guys. Now we're going to actually start the actual study of Revelation chapter 21. Revelation chapter 21 is what we're going to be talking about here. But before we do, let me go ahead and just casually just drink while you guys are looking. Dunce cap of books. What? You gotta go. I have an early service in the morning. I will watch the video when you post it. Okay, Jill, thank you so much for being here. Water. I know, it's crazy. I need to start drinking more water during these. I probably get really dehydrated. So you're still doing a 2-hour review? Yeah, crazy. I'm so sorry. Sometimes I don't mean to do that. Can you please reset your live goal? How do you do that? Slam it back like Napoleon Dynamite. How do you, I feel like somebody told me about this before. I appreciate it. Please stay quenched. God, Tina, you fat lard. Come get some dinner. I love it, but my lips hurt real bad. How do you? I don't know how to do. You touch a button. Is that it? Nope. I don't know how to do it. Come get some ham. Click the thanks. Are you messing with me right now? Can you bring me my chapstick? I don't know how to do it. I also don't know what it does to do that. Top right. Oh gosh. Click. I got top viewers, top right now. I got a power button. Okay, I give up. I don't know how to do it. Reward. Oh, was it? Oh wait. Oh, I don't know. That's not it. I have no idea what that is. Okay, it's okay. I don't know what that is. I'll have to watch a TikTok video on it. It's probably something really similar. Oh wait. Oh, there's the thanks. Oh, this thing. Okay, set up new goal. What? Why am I doing this? I just learned something. I feel like I did this like a year ago. There we go. Brochure. Okay. Can you please? Okay. Wait, why did you want me to do that? I'm sure there's probably a reason. In Revelation chapter 21, if you guys are new here, thank you so much for being here. I will. So if you guys are new here, thank you so much for being here. My name is Ryan. We are going through the book of Revelation right now. The next book that we're probably going to be doing is the book of Genesis, which is next on the list. And it's going to be a fun journey. We're going through the Bible book by book, chapter by chapter, verse by verse, and it's really interesting, and I'm learning a lot. And so you have to do it again now. Well, hello, Jenny. There was 12 Jennies. I must have had about 12 Dr. Peppers, but it's terrible. But you have, we're going through the Bible book by book, chapter by chapter, verse by verse. We just so happen to be going through the book of Revelation right now. If you guys haven't followed me on YouTube, I would encourage you to follow me on YouTube. There's a link up in my TikTok profile. There's other ways. If you guys would like to support this ministry, there's links in my TikTok profile as well. Lots of work go into these studies, lots of work and time, and it's really fun. And I love sharing the things that I learn. And so I want you guys to know I'm never going to know everything. And so I don't want you to lose sight of what is the main thing. The main thing is always going to be the main thing. And the main thing is the gospel. How do you know for sure you can get to heaven? That is what I always try to bring it back to, because that is everything. These are all secondary issues. They're pretty important. But the primary issue is so far above everything else, and that is what we always need to keep sight on. We need to understand, how do you know for sure you can get to heaven? How do you get to heaven? There's only one way, and you need to first understand that you are a sinner, for all have sinned and fall short of the glory of God. That's Romans 3:23. That's what Paul tells us. Romans 6:23 says, for the wages of sin is death, but the gift of God is eternal life through Jesus Christ our Lord. It's through Jesus Christ our Lord. So we need to understand that we are a sinner. And when we understand that we are a sinner, we understand that we are lost. And when you understand that you're lost, and you're like, well, how can I be found? And so that is where the good news comes in. The good news is that Jesus died on the cross for your sins, that he was buried, and that he rose again on the third day, according to the scriptures. That's what 1 Corinthians 15, verse 3 and 4 talk about. It is for by grace you have been saved through faith, and that not of yourselves. It is the gift of God, not of works, lest any man should boast. And so that is what I believe. I believe it is Christ plus nothing in order to be saved. Now, don't get me wrong. When you get born again, the Holy Spirit is sealed within you. He's going to start working on you. He's going to say, this needs to change. This needs to change. And the reason why he's changing you is because you need to be reflecting him. And if you are doing what you should be doing, then people should be able to pick you out of a crowd and be like, there's something different about that person. That person, what's going on with you, man? Or what's going on with you, lady? What is different about you? And then you can be like, well, let me tell you about my Jesus. Can I tell you what he did for me? Can I tell you the state that I used to be in and where I'm at now? And so can I tell you what he did for me? And so the thing that he did for me, he can do for you. And so this is what I want you to always remember. The most important thing, no matter what we're talking about, is always going to be that, the gospel. All right, so Revelation chapter 21. And what if you still have addictions? It's really interesting. Addictions can come in all kinds of forms. All kinds of different forms. What's important to know, and this is vital, I've talked about this before, it is so important for each and every one of us to understand that we are living in a day where we are getting hit at an unbelievable rate. And we don't even realize it. Thank you, Monica. Thank you so much. We don't even realize how much we're getting hit. Like the fiery darts, it's just like, bam, getting hit. Man, my goodness. And so we need to put on the full armor of God. But my point here is for you and I to recognize that it's not an arm wrestling contest that we're in. We're not in a physical. It's not about how strong you are physically. It's about how much truth you know. It's literally a truth encounter. It's not a physical encounter. It's not a power encounter. It is a truth encounter. And the reason why many people are the way they are right now is because they don't know the truth. And they are being lied to and they're believing the lies. And when they're believing the lies become their truth. But it's not truth. And so this is why we need to know the truth. In John 17, Jesus says, sanctify them by your word. Your word is truth. That's what we need to know. It's John 17:17. It's so good. And so when you recognize that you're being lied to about who you are and how terrible you are and how worthless you are and that you're no good and that it's just not worth it anymore and all of these things and this is like all, and you're beating yourself up, we always need to remember that if you're born again believer, there is now therefore now no condemnation for those who are in Christ Jesus. That is crazy. The reason why that is crazy is because you and I condemn ourselves. But that's what First John is talking about. If our heart condemns us, God is greater than our heart, and he knows all things. But then it goes on, if it says if our heart condemns us not, then we have confidence in God. There's a difference there. There's two kinds of believers there. Ones that condemn themselves, and then those who do not condemn themselves because they recognize who they are in Christ. But the majority of people, the majority of Christians are down here condemning themselves, saying that I'm not worth it and I'm terrible and oh man, I'm the worst, forgetting that there is no condemnation for those who are in Christ Jesus. So when you're condemning yourself, it's lies. And that goes back to the truth. And so we need to know the truth. And when you know the truth shall set you free. So that's good to know. That's really important. Okay, so let's go ahead and get on into the actual study. Revelation chapter 21. So we're gonna be talking about the millennial, what takes place after the Millennial Kingdom. And much of the first 20 chapters of the book of Revelation, much of those details can be found in the Old Testament. Revelation chapter 1 through 20, a lot of the details there can be found in the Old Testament. But chapter 21 and chapter 22 of the book of Revelation, you don't find that anywhere else. That's unique to Revelation chapter 21 and 22. Because Revelation chapter 21 and 22 speak of the eternal order, the eternity. The Millennial Kingdom is not eternity. It's a little blip on a scale. It's going to be forgotten. It's crazy. It's 1,000 years that is going to be gone. And then after it's done, eternity. And so this is what we're going to be talking about. So what's good to know is that the Millennial Kingdom is 1,000 years. But we are told that his kingdom has no end. If you guys remember in Isaiah, if you guys want to go to Isaiah chapter 9, verse 6 real fast, we look this up. In Isaiah chapter 9, verse 6, we see that his kingdom has no end. In Isaiah chapter 9, verse 6 and 7, it says, "For unto us a child is born, unto us a son is given, and the government will be upon his shoulder, and his name will be called Wonderful, Counselor, Mighty God, Everlasting Father, Prince of Peace. Of the increase of his government and peace, there will be no end. Upon the throne of David and over his kingdom, to order it and establish it with judgment and justice from that time forward, even forever." So you see that his kingdom is going to have no end. So the question is, what's going on here? Because in Revelation chapter 20, we're told about what we spent a ton of time on the 1,000-year reign. It's important to remember that the 1,000 years is going to take place on this earth that we are on right now. But the 1,000-year reign is going to be over, and when the 1,000 years is over, then that earth is going to go away. And then there's going to be a new heavens and a new earth. And his kingdom is going to be translated from the old earth over to the new earth. And that's what's going to happen. But this earth that we are on right now, this is where the Millennial Kingdom is going to be. It's just God is going to be rearranging his furniture down here. It's going to look different. Remember, all the cities of the nations are going to fall. It's going to be crazy. But that's going to happen on this earth. But after that 1,000 years, then this earth is going to dissolve. It's going to go away. And all the works in it are going to go away as well. And they're going to go into the new kingdom. But the reason why his kingdom, like what we talked about before, the reason why this kingdom is going to have no end is because of what we talked about in 2 Samuel chapter 7 and 1 Chronicles chapter 17. In 2 Samuel chapter 7 and 1 Chronicles 17, it talks about thank you, blessed. It talks about the Davidic covenant. And it's really important. We spent some time on unpacking the Davidic covenant, but it's really important to understand there are 4 things that are attached to the covenant that God made with David. And the 4 things are eternal. One of the things that you read about that are eternal in the Davidic covenant is an eternal dynasty. David's line, his offspring, are always going to remain. That is eternal. His dynasty is eternal. His throne is eternal as well, and his kingdom is going to be eternal also. But the reason why all of these are eternal is because of this 4th one. And the 4th one is the most important. The 4th one is because of the eternal person that came from the line of David, and that is Jesus. The reason why there is an eternal dynasty, the reason why there is an eternal throne, the reason why there is going to be an eternal kingdom is because of the eternal person who is Jesus. So you get that from the Davidic covenant. And so that's why his millennial kingdom is going to have no end, and it is going to be translated over into the new heavens and the new earth. And all that we know about this new eternal order, this new eternal heavens and new eternal new earth, is going to be found in Revelation chapter 21 and through Revelation chapter 22, verse 5. Revelation chapter 21 to Revelation chapter 22, verse 5 is where you get all of the details about this new heavens, new earth, and a new Jerusalem. Love your hoodie. Hey, thank you. Thank you, Mary. You can go check out the things that are up on Threads That Breach if you would like to. But to replace the old order and a new heavens and a new earth will need to be created. The first earth. It's really interesting thinking about this first earth that we are on. This first earth seems to be, it used to be quite different. If you guys want to go to Ezekiel chapter 28 real fast, Ezekiel chapter 28, verse 12, we're going to talk about an interesting kind of, we're going way back. In Ezekiel chapter 28, verse 12, we're going way back to the fall here. Like not Adam and Eve falling, but Lucifer falling. And the question is, who fell first? Was it Lucifer or was it Adam and Eve? And the answer is Lucifer. He fell first. So in Ezekiel chapter 28, verse 12, it says, "Son of man, take up lamentation for the king of Tyre and say to him, thus says the Lord God, you are the seal of perfection, full of wisdom and perfect in beauty. You were in Eden, the garden of God." Now, it's interesting here because what you see is God is talking to the king of Tyre, but he's not talking to the king of Tyre like the human. He's talking to the power behind the king of Tyre. And the power behind the king of Tyre is Lucifer. So God is talking to Lucifer here, and he's saying, hey, Lucifer, you were the seal of perfection. He says, you were full of wisdom and perfect in beauty. And then he goes on and he says very clearly, he says in Ezekiel 28, verse 13, he says, you were in Eden, the garden of God. And so it's really fascinating trying to just allow this to sink in. God is letting us know a lot of stuff here. So this is Lucifer. And what you see here in Ezekiel chapter 28 is that Lucifer was covered with all of these precious stones. These stones were his covering, but not only were they his covering, he also walked through the stones. So my point in bringing you to this chapter here is to get you to understand, like, the Garden of Eden. Like, when we think of the Garden of Eden, we naturally think of like what you color in Sunday school. Like, you see a tree, and you see like a river back there, and you see somebody plucking an apple, and it's very, very relatable. But I would propose to you that the Garden of Eden back then, that we have no idea about, is truly something that it would be mind-blowing. Like when we find out what it was actually like, it's gonna blow our socks off because of how different it is from our wildest imagination. But here in Ezekiel chapter 28, verse 13, it says, "You were in Eden, the garden of God. Every precious stone was your covering. The sardius, topaz, and diamond, beryl, onyx, and jasper, sapphire, turquoise, and emerald with gold. The workmanship of your timbrels and pipes was prepared for you on the day you were created." So here, what's interesting is that we're told that Satan is directly connected with the Garden of Eden. And there's some studies out there that are really fascinating because it seems what we learn here in verse 14, Ezekiel 28, verse 14, it says, "You were the anointed cherub who covers." So Lucifer was a top tier angel. He was the one who was overseeing things. Now, when you think about him overseeing things, what was he overseeing? There is hierarchies in the heavenlies. That's crazy. There are different angels that have different roles and responsibilities, and there are angels over other angels. That's crazy. But this angel, Lucifer, he was the one who was the overseer. He was the one who covers. And so it's really provocative because there's people who go in and they make some good arguments that say that Lucifer was basically the overseer of not only angels, but also of the garden of God. Because we're told he was in Eden, the garden of God. And so in Ezekiel 28, verse 14, it says, "You are the anointed cherub who covers. I established you. You were on the holy mountain of God. You walked back and forth in the midst of fiery stones." And so when you think about Satan before he fell, like he was covered in these stones. And so when you think of the Garden of Eden and all of these stones seeming to be attached to the Garden of Eden, some people say it's not, which is fine. But this garden, when you look at these stones, again, like I want you to think of it. I want you to think of these stones because we're going to be using these stones and we're going to be taking them and we're going to be taking some of these stones here in Ezekiel 28 that go to describe Satan, and we're going to apply them to the New Jerusalem. And what's interesting about the New Jerusalem and these stones is that light is going to be around. The reason why this is important is because the very first quote that God says in Genesis chapter 1 is he says, "Let there be light." Now, it's so remarkable thinking about that quote because when he says, "Let there be light," when you think of these stones and light shining through the stones, this Garden of Eden, the Garden of God, I mean, we think of light because light is all over the place going through these stones. And can you imagine light going through these stones and just like the colors that were around before the fall? It is unbelievable. Thank you, Bridget. It is so unbelievable to think about this kind of stuff. Light mixed with these stones. And so you have these stones here, and these stones are connected to Lucifer. The Lucifer seems to be the overseer within the Garden of Eden, and he fell. He is called the seal of perfection. That is interesting, but it's also very important to remember who your adversary is. Your adversary, the devil, that guy who's described as the seal of perfection, walks about like a roaring lion, seeking whom he may devour. He's not going to approach you like a lion. He's walking about like a lion. He's seeking. And then when he finds somebody to devour, he's going to go up smooth criminal, right? It is it's very, very interesting when you start thinking about who your adversary is. But when Satan fell, not only was he judged, but also the earth, which was under his authority, was also judged. And that judgment on the earth involved oceans. It involved seas, which is very interesting to me. Because in Genesis chapter 1, verse 2, so So the reason why we're connecting the sea right now is because in Revelation, let's read Revelation chapter 21, verse 1. In Revelation chapter 21, verse 1, Revelation chapter 21, verse 1, John says, "Now I saw a new heaven and a new earth, for the first heaven and the first earth had passed away. Also there was no more sea." Now the reason why this is interesting is because when Satan fell, let's go to Genesis chapter 1, verse 2. I think this is really interesting. In Genesis chapter 1, verse 2, in Genesis chapter 1, verse 1, and Genesis chapter 1, verse 2, this is what people refer to as the gap theory. Now, I talked about the gap theory last time, and I've talked about it before, but I want to clear the air up as far as what I mean on that. When I say the gap theory, I do not believe that the earth is millions of years old. That is not what I'm saying here. I believe that the earth is only like 10,000 years old. That's what I believe. But what I want you to think about is in Genesis chapter 1, verse 1, it says, "In the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth." That's what it says. That's period. In the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth, period. Then there's verse 2. It says that the earth was without form and void, and darkness was on the face of the deep, and the Spirit of God hovering over the face of the waters. Now, what's interesting is that in verse 2, you get the earth that is without form. So the earth is just, it's not how it is right now. It was without form. And so what you see about this earth being without form is that there was darkness of the face of the deep, and it says the Spirit of God hovered over the face of the waters. And so you see that darkness is attached to this earth that was without form. And so this is where people start asking the question of, when did Satan fall? Because nobody knows when Satan fell. Because you read the book of Genesis and you get into the garden, you see the creation in the first couple chapters, you see when man is created, you see man is in the garden, and then after you see man in the garden, that's when Satan kind of does his thing. But you're like, well, where the heck did Satan come from? And so this is where Genesis chapter 1, verse 1 and 1 verse 2 come into play, because that is where people say that there's a lot that happened in between Genesis 1:1 and Genesis 1:2. And so it's really interesting that you do the best that you can to try to figure out when did Satan fall. But in Genesis chapter 1, verse 1 and 1 verse 2, you see waters covering the earth. That they're a part of the earth. But when you go into Revelation chapter 21, verse 1, in contrast to Genesis chapter 1, verse 2, you see waters all over the earth. But in Revelation chapter 21, verse 1, in the new heavens and new earth, there is no sea. That is interesting to me. That is very interesting to me. There is no sea. That's something that John specifically points out. Now, why did he tell us that? Why is he telling us that there is no sea? That is something that you and I clearly needed to know for some reason. I don't know the exact reason, but when you compare Genesis 1:2 to Revelation 21:1, and you see the differences there, you're like, well, wait a second. One of these earths is not like the other. This earth that we are on right now is going to dissolve. It's going to go away. We read about that in 2 Peter. We'll read that here in a little bit. But I just want you to draw the connection between the first earth that we are on right now, which is going to dissolve away, and the second earth, which has no sea. The first earth was without form, and the Spirit of God hovered over the waters. There's no more sea, right? Like you're seeing, like whatever you're imagining. But in this second earth, there's going to be no more sea. That is something interesting. And people make a connection there to say that the first earth, when the darkness was attached to that first earth, and the second earth, there is no darkness. They make the connection between Genesis 1:2, where it says, and darkness, was over the deep and whatnot. They make the connection that is when Satan actually fell. Because when you look at the first earth and how it was darkness over there was no form and was without void and whatnot, darkness is attached to Genesis 1, chapter 2. But when you look at the new heavens and new earth and you compare them to each other, the new heavens and new earth have no darkness. And so they draw the connection to that darkness being when Satan actually fell. And so it could make sense. I don't know. It's not something to get lost in, but that's just an idea that people propose, and I think it's very provocative to at least entertain in your mind. But what's interesting about the new heaven and new earth is that the new heaven and new earth, they are going to be needed to be created. They are going to be created. They're not here yet, but the New Jerusalem is already. The New Jerusalem is not going to need to be created because it has already been built. And this is the city. Let's go to John chapter 14, verse 2. Let's go to John chapter 14, verse 2. In John chapter 14, verse 2, Jesus says this. In John 14, verse 2, Jesus says this, "In my Father's house are many mansions. If it were not so, I would have told you. I go to prepare a place for you. And if I go and prepare a place for you, I will come again and receive you to myself, that where I am, there you may be also." Now, this, what you're reading about here in John chapter 14, verse 2 and 3, seems to be the New Jerusalem. This seems to be what this is talking about. It's speaking about the New Jerusalem, because when the New Jerusalem comes down, what you see is John sees a picture of the New Jerusalem descending from heaven, meaning it was already created. It's already been built. But John sees a new earth and a new heavens. So he sees that. He just says like, poof, new heavens, new earth. And then he sees a new heaven or a new Jerusalem descending out of heaven. And so John chapter 14, verse 2 and 3, this seems to be what Jesus is talking about, where he says, he's like, I'm going to go and prepare a place for you. That seems to be what the New Jerusalem is all about, which is really, really kind of cool. Paul wrote of this city as being free in Galatians chapter 4. Let's go to Galatians chapter 4. We looked this up last time, but in Galatians chapter 4, verse 26, in Galatians chapter 4, verse 26, Paul is basically comparing the differences here. In Galatians chapter 4, verse 19 through 27 or so, you basically see a comparison of the old with the new. The old covenant being represented by Hagar and the new covenant being represented by Sarah. The old covenant was under bondage. Thank you, Lauren. The new covenant is free. And so you have Israel as being the promise, and you have Ishmael being the son of the flesh. But here in Galatians chapter 4, you see two different, you see a lot of comparisons here. But in Galatians chapter 4, verse 26, it says, "But the Jerusalem above is free, which is the mother of us all." So the Jerusalem above, that Jerusalem above is the one that is free. Now, the reason why it's free is because Paul is drawing a distinction between the Jerusalem that was around during Paul's time, which was under bondage, and he's like, that's under bondage, but the Jerusalem above is free. And so that is the New Jerusalem that Paul is speaking of. And this is the same city that Abraham waited for when he was boots on the ground. Let's go to Hebrews chapter 11, verse 9. Hebrews chapter 11, verse 9, you see this is the hall of faith in Hebrews chapter 11. This is the hall of faith where you get to learn about all of the sinners who have their part in the hall of faith. All of these people made huge mistakes for the most part, or not all of them, but some of them really made some serious mistakes. But here in Hebrews chapter 11, verse 8, in Hebrews chapter 11, verse 8, it says, "By faith Abraham obeyed when he was called to go out to the place which he would receive as an inheritance. And he went out, not knowing where he was going. And by faith he dwelt in the land of a promise, as in a foreign country, dwelling in tents with Isaac and Jacob, the heirs with him of the same promise. For he waited for the city which has foundations, whose builder and maker is God." So what you have here in Hebrews chapter 11, verse 8 through 10, is you see Abraham, he was specifically waiting for a city that was constructed by God himself. That's what Abraham was waiting for. Abraham was out there as in a foreign country. He's like, okay, yeah, this is not my home. He's like, I'm waiting for the new city. And that new city is the new Jerusalem. Let's go to Hebrews chapter 12, verse 22, and let's keep reading. Hebrews chapter 12, verse 22. In Hebrews chapter 12, verse 22, it says, "But you have come to Mount Zion, and to the city of the living God, the heavenly Jerusalem, to an innumerable company of angels, to the general assembly and church of the firstborn who are registered in heaven, to God, the judge of all, to the spirits of just men made perfect, to Jesus, the mediator of the new covenant, and to the blood of sprinkling that speaks better things than that of Abel." So you have a lot of stuff here in Hebrews chapter 12, verse 22 through 24. But in Hebrews chapter 12, verse 22, you have Mount Zion and to the city of the living God. The city of the living God is speaking of the heavenly Jerusalem, which is the new Jerusalem. So we're diving into Revelation chapter 21, and we're talking about the new heavens, the new earth, but now we're talking about the new Jerusalem. Here, this is where you see the author of Hebrews talking about this heavenly Jerusalem. Within this heavenly Jerusalem, there is going to be people there. The first things that are named there that are going to be in this heavenly Jerusalem are going to be an innumerable company of angels. That's crazy. That's who is going to be in this heavenly Jerusalem. In verse 23, you see another body that is there, to the general assembly and church of the firstborn who are registered in heaven. So an innumerable amount of angels are going to be there, and the church is going to be there. And then also in verse 23, it says, to God, the judge of all, to the spirits of just men made perfect. So there's three categories of people who are going to be a part of this new Jerusalem. And this is wild when you just understand the connections. Because there's a new earth, or there's going to be a new earth, there's going to be a new heavens, and there's going to be a new Jerusalem. The people who are going to be a part of the new Jerusalem are the angels, an innumerable amount of angels, the church, and also the spirits of just men made perfect. Now, who are the spirits of just men made perfect? The spirits of just men made perfect is speaking of the Old Testament saints. They are just men, just by their faith, but they were made perfect by Jesus after he died on the cross. Because when they were just by their faith, and when they died, they were covered by animals' blood back in the Old Testament. The animals' blood was something that they did by faith. The animals' blood was not something good enough to get them to heaven. It was something that they did by faith that was good enough to keep them out of Hades. And so it was good enough to keep them out of Hades, but not good enough to get them to heaven, which is why Jesus' blood is so much different than animals' blood. Jesus' blood not only covers, but it also cleanses. And so that's why it's talking about the spirits of just men made perfect. They were just by their faith, but they were made perfect by Jesus' blood. They weren't made perfect until after Jesus died on the cross. And so that's what's so interesting about that. Anyways, my point here in Hebrews chapter 12 is to get you to see the people who are a part of the new Jerusalem. The people who are the groups of bodies that are going to be there in the new Jerusalem, an innumerable number of angels, the church, and the spirits of just men made perfect, which is the Old Testament saints. That's Abraham, Isaac, Jacob, David, Daniel, Zechariah, Jeremiah, Ezekiel. You have all of those dudes are going to be there as well. I want you to be sensitive, though, to who is not mentioned. There's a group of people who are not mentioned. The group that is not mentioned are the millennial born-again believers. The people who are born in the Millennial Kingdom. They are not mentioned here. That's fascinating. Why? Because where are they going to be living? They are going to be living on earth, the new earth. You and I are going to be living with all of these three in the New Jerusalem. And the people who are living on the earth are going to be going back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. They can come and go, we can come and go, but our home is the New Jerusalem. But their home, the millennial saints, or their home is going to be the new earth, which is so provocative. Anyways, Hebrews chapter 12, verse 24. In Hebrews chapter 12, verse 24, it says, to Jesus, the mediator of the new covenant, and to the blood of sprinkling that speaks better things than that of Abel. Now, what that is speaking of, it's a little floaty thing keeps coming down. Stop it. But verse 24 just basically speaks of Abel. Abel was the first one that is documented to make a blood sacrifice, and that actually precedes when the actual law was actually given. So Abel was doing animal sacrifices before the law, which is important to understand as well. Okay, so that's Hebrews chapter 12. Now let's go back to Revelation chapter 21. What's up, Mark? Good to see you, man. Hopefully you're doing well. Yeah, that was that took place, but as far as somebody doing it, that was not God. I guess I should have clarified. Abel was the first one documented doing it. That was not God himself. All right, so in Revelation chapter 21, verse 1, going back to Revelation 21:1, it says, now, John says, now I saw a new heaven and a new earth, for the first heaven and the first earth has passed away, and there was no more sea. Let's go to 2 Peter chapter 3. 2 Peter chapter 3, verse 10, and let's read about this earth dissolving. 2 Peter chapter 2, 2 Peter chapter 3, verse 10. In 2 Peter chapter 3, verse 10, it says this, but the day of the Lord will come as a thief in the night, in which the heavens will pass away with a great noise, and the elements will melt with fervent heat. Both the earth and the works that are in it will be burnt up. Therefore, since all these things will be dissolved, what manner of persons ought you to be in holy conduct and godliness, looking for and hastening the coming of the day of God, because of which the heavens will be dissolved, being on fire, and the elements will melt with fervent heat? Nevertheless, we, according to his promise, look for new heavens and a new earth in which righteousness dwells. That is unbelievable. So this earth that we are living in these heavens that we see, these are going away. It's so unbelievable how hard it is to maintain that picture, because we know that to be true. We understand that. It says it right there. And yet we focus 95% of our energy on worldly things, right? And that might even be a little conservative. It might be more like 99.9% of our energy on earthly things. But all of these things are going to be burned up, right? And so it's really interesting how we need to rewire our mind. In Revelation chapter 21, going back to Revelation chapter 21, verse 1, it says, now I saw a new heaven and a new earth, for the first heaven and the first earth had passed away. Also, there was no more sea. Hey, thank you, Jared. Thank you for that gift. There was no more sea. Now, what's interesting about this is that we just got done doing a study of the book of, we just got done doing a study of the Millennial Kingdom. And the reason why the Millennial Kingdom is interesting is because during the Millennial Kingdom, what we learn is that there are seas. We see that in the book of Isaiah. We also see it in the book of Zechariah, and we also see it in the book of Ezekiel. We also understand that there is going to be a river that flows out of the temple, which is going to be the fourth temple, mind you. That fourth temple, God himself is going to be building. It's going to be on the mountain of God, and out of that temple goes a river, and that river is going to go down to Jerusalem, and then when it hits Jerusalem, it's going to branch into two branches, one part of the river is going to go to the Dead Sea, and one part of the river is going to go to the Mediterranean Sea. You can read the book of Ezekiel, and you'll find that when that river hits the Dead Sea, it actually turns the Dead Sea, and it makes it alive. It heals the waters, which is so unbelievable. You're just like, holy smokes, this is unreal. But my point in talking about that is to get you to see the difference between the new heavens and new earth and the old heavens and the old earth. During the Millennial Kingdom, there is going to be sea. During the new heavens and the new earth, John says there is no more sea. Now, when you start thinking about sea, you're like, well, why is this a big deal? Well, sea represents chaos. When you read Daniel chapter 7, in Daniel chapter 7, Daniel sees these four beasts that come up out of the sea. Now, that's really fascinating. If you guys want to go check it out, let's go there real fast, just because I said this last time, but I'll actually show you this time. Daniel 7, verse 2 or 3 or something like that. We'll see it. We'll know it when we see it. Verse 4. Daniel 7, verse 3. Daniel chapter 7, verse 3. In Daniel chapter 7, verse 3, it says, and four great beasts came up from the sea. Now, Gentile nations are basically represented there in those four beasts. The Babylonian, the first beast was the lion, which represents Babylon. The second one was the Medo-Persian Empire, which represents the bear. The third one was the leopard, which represents Alexander the Great. And the fourth one represents the Roman Empire. But every single one of those empires is Gentile. And so Gentile, it's rising up out of the sea. Gentile, it's chaos, which divides. So if you picture like sea, even in Revelation chapter 13, John sees a beast rising up out of the sea. It's like a sea of faces. It's like a sea of chaos. But there's going to be no more sea on this new heavens and new earth, which I think is really interesting that we're told this. Like, we're not told much, but we're told that there's no more sea. Sea divides, and it's kind of like it kind of separates people from one another, but there's not going to be any sea on this new earth. Anyways, we understand that there's going to be sea in the Millennial Kingdom, but there's not going to be sea on the new earth. In Revelation chapter 21, verse 2, it says, then I, John, saw the holy city, New Jerusalem, coming down out of heaven from God, prepared as a bride adorned for her husband. This is interesting. When you get into verse 2, you see this New Jerusalem, which is coming down. It's coming down. This is what Jesus was talking about in John chapter 14 when he says, I'm going to prepare a place for you. This is that place that he prepared. This is that place. The New Jerusalem is that, what Jesus was talking about in John 14. This is that. This is what he was preparing. He was preparing this. And so John is there. He sees this New Jerusalem coming down out of heaven, and he says that this New Jerusalem was prepared like a bride adorned for her husband. That's interesting. This city was prepared like a bride adorned for her husband. Now, it's interesting that we see here in Revelation chapter 21 the word bride being introduced into the conversation, because back in Revelation chapter 19, we are told that we are we're referred to as the wife, right? It switches from the bride to the wife. And you see that kind of language being used there. And so the question is, like, why are we talking about a bride here again? What's going on here? Well, it's kind of like if you are a dude and you're married to your wife, then even though you're married to your wife, you still refer to your wife as the bride. Like, that's what you do, right? Like, that's my bride. That's my bride. Yep, that's my bride right there. Oh, we got married 20 years ago, but that right there is my bride. Same concept, right? So here he sees this city being coming down out of heaven, adorned like a bride. And so some people think that Jesus actually marries a city, and I would propose to you something completely different. I would propose to you that you and I, as the bride, live in the city. You and I live in the city. We live in the city, and that is where we are. The bride is in the city. And so you and I, the bride, live in the city. And so here, John sees the New Jerusalem, and he sees it prepared as a bride adorned for her husband. In verse 3, Revelation chapter 21, verse 3, it says, "And I heard a loud voice from heaven saying, Behold, the tabernacle of God is with men, and he will dwell with them, and they shall be his people. God himself will be with them and be their God." Now, here, this is really interesting because in Revelation chapter 21, verse 3, it says, "Behold, the tabernacle of God is with men." It says the tabernacle. Now, that's interesting to me because it doesn't say the temple. It would make more sense to say the temple, right? Because a temple shows permanency. But a tabernacle shows that it's very portable. Like you can, like the tabernacle back in the Old Testament, they could tear it down and they'd pack it up and then carry it around and then set it up and, put it wherever they wanted to put it. But here, it's not referred to as a temple, it's referred to as a tabernacle. And so the idea is that God is going to be all over the place. He's going to be everywhere, which is why I need you to appreciate the light statement that God says in Genesis chapter 1, verse 3 or something. The very first thing that God says in Genesis 1, the very first quote that he ever is given to us is, "Let there be light." When you think of light, light is everywhere. In the eternal order, light is everywhere. Light is did you know that we don't understand light? It does, like we're used to it. We see it all over the place, but we don't understand it. Like what's going on here? And so when you think about God saying, "Let there be light," and you see how it's in Genesis chapter 1, and then when you look and read about Revelation chapter 21 and you see how there that there is no darkness, meaning that there's light everywhere, it's so crazy to think about this. But you see this tabernacle, it says tabernacle of God is with men. This is a portable situation, and this is different than the Millennial Kingdom. Here's another distinction than the Millennial Kingdom. The Millennial Kingdom has a fourth temple. That fourth temple has gone away. And here, when we continue reading Revelation 21, we're going to see that there is no temple. So there is going to be a total of 4 temples in all of history. The first temple was built by Solomon. It was destroyed by Nebuchadnezzar. The second temple was built by Zerubbabel. It was destroyed by the Romans. The third temple is going to be built sometime in the very near future. That one is also going to get destroyed. The fourth temple is going to be built by God. You can read about that in Zechariah if you would like to. God himself is going to build that one. But then that temple is also going to go away with the old heavens and the old earth. And so then when we get translated over to the new heavens and the new earth, there's not going to be any temple. But here we say the tabernacle of God is with men, which I think is so interesting. So here in verse 3, what's interesting about this verse is that God dwelling with them, which is the idea of tabernacle, God tabernacling with them is similar to how God dwelt with them in the tabernacle in the wilderness. Remember the Shekinah glory. But here, they are not in a tent or in the wilderness. They're in the New Jerusalem, the city of God. It's his home, and we get to live there. But during the wilderness times, only the priests could enter in. The millennial saints are not called priests. And this is what I think is so... Allow me to stretch your mind a little bit. Let's go to Revelation chapter 20, verse 6. In Revelation chapter 20, verse 6. In Revelation chapter 20, verse 6, it says, "Blessed and holy is he who has part in the first resurrection. Over such the second death has no power, but they shall be called priests of God and of Christ, and shall reign with him 1,000 years." Now, the reason why I want you to pay attention to Revelation 20, verse 6 is because there are 3 people who seem to be a part of that verse. The people who take part of the first resurrection. The first resurrection is going to include the church, the Old Testament saints, and the tribulation saints that die. Those are the people who take part of the first resurrection. The reason why that is so interesting is because these are the three people who get the title of priests. These are all priests. And these are all the priests who get to be living in the New Jerusalem. But what it doesn't mention here in Revelation chapter 20, verse 6, it does not mention the millennial born-again believers. The millennial born-again believers are not referred to as priests. And that is mind-blowing because we're told that they are different. They're all born again, but they're different. The first resurrection, it says, blessed is he who takes part in the first resurrection. The people who take part in the first resurrection, the church, the Old Testament saints, and the tribulation saints, the people who die during the tribulation because of their faith. All three of these people, all three of these groups are referred to as priests. And because they are referred to as priests, they live in the New Jerusalem. But the millennial saints, the people who survive the millennial kingdom, because there's no mention of any millennial saint ever dying and rising again, so they just live. They live forever. They literally, the sheep, it goes all the way back to the sheep and goat judgments. If you remember the sheep and goat judgments, the human beings who survive the 7-year tribulation, that give their life to Jesus during that time, who put their faith in Jesus, who are born again during the tribulation, they are going to appear at they're going to appear at the sheep and goat judgment. They're going to stand before the sheep and goat judgment. Jesus is going to see them. He's going to say, enter into the kingdom prepared for you from the foundation of the world. They're going to walk their little feet into the kingdom, and they are never going to die. They are going to have on their human sinful bodies for 1,000 years. They are not going to die for that 1,000 years. They are going to have great age. And so you see that in Zechariah chapter 8. They have great age. You see these pictures of these old people who are like literally 1,000 years old, just there, just leaning on their staffs. And they're just there. They're just loving every minute of it. Even though there's other people who rebel during the millennial kingdom, there's going to be people who live for 1,000 years. And then at the end of 1,000 years, which is what I want you to think about, this is weird. At the end of 1,000 years, you have the great white throne judgment and the earth goes away. But what I want you to think about is that at the end of the 1,000 years, Jesus is going to translate everybody who is born again to the new earth, the new heavens, or the new Jerusalem. And that's where it gets really weird. Let's go to what is it? Let's go to Zechariah. Let's go to Zechariah chapter 8 real fast. Zechariah chapter 8. Here is where it gets rather interesting. Here's where it gets rather interesting. Do y'all validate my part? Yes, we do, Lazi. In Zechariah chapter 8, verse 4 and 5. Here's where I told you your mind is going to hurt. In Zechariah chapter 8, verse 4, it says, thus says the Lord of hosts, old men and old women shall again sit in the streets of Jerusalem, each one with his staff in his hand, because of great age. The streets of the city shall be full of boys and girls playing in its streets. Now here is where I want you to just stop and think, because this is, we're all trying to do the best that we can here. We're just trying to get a picture of what this new heavens and new earth is going to be like. And we're essentially we're putting pieces together. If they're in the correct spot, who knows? Again, this is secondary. But in Zechariah chapter 8, verse 4, you have a picture of old men and women. Those are the ones who are living for the entire 1,000 years. Those are the ones who never die. There's no mention of any millennial saints that are resurrected. And so since they're never resurrected, they are not taking part of the first resurrection. And so since they're not taking part of the first resurrection, they are not referred to as priests. So they are set apart from you and I. Remember the three groups. You have the church, the Old Testament saints, and the tribulation saints, who are referred to as priests. You and I are kings and priests, but the Old Testament saints and the tribulation saints will get the title of priests. So you and I and those other two will be priests, but the millennial saints, they're not referred to as priests. They're different. We're all born again, but we're different. And so here is what I want you to think about, because what I'm about to say is something that you can work with, or at least build off of, or add to, or take away from, for the idea of what eternity is going to be like. Eternity. The question is, are people going to be able to have children during eternity? And so there's two different ideas out there. There's the idea that no, people are not going to be able to have children during eternity. But then there's the other idea that yes, people are going to be able to have children during eternity, but because it's going to be like the Garden of Eden, like how Adam and Eve. Just imagine what Adam and Eve would have been like if they never sinned. And so here's what I want you to... So please, which group is the church? Which group is the church? In Revelation chapter 20. In Revelation chapter 20, verse 4. In Revelation chapter 20, verse 4, it says, "And I saw thrones, and they sat on them." The people who are sitting on the thrones are the 24 elders. That's the 24 elders that you're introduced to in Revelation chapter 4 and chapter 5. So you have they sat on them, and then you have the souls of those who have been beheaded. Those are the tribulation saints. And then obviously you have the Old Testament saints as well. They also take part of the first resurrection. So those are the three. Hopefully that helps. So going back to what we were talking about as far as the two ideas of what eternity is going to be like. There's two ideas. The question is, are people going to be able to have children during eternity? And here is, the idea is either it's yes you can or no you can't. The reason why I think people will be able to is because when you start to understand the difference between everybody. Like, the first thing I want you to understand is that you and I, the church, the Old Testament saints, and the tribulation saints who die, we are different than the millennial saints. We are different. We have glorified bodies. They are different. They have their human bodies all the way throughout the Millennial Kingdom, but when they get translated over to the new earth, they're still different than you and I. You and I are the bride. Here's what I want you to think about. In Zechariah chapter 8, verse 5. In Zechariah chapter 8, verse 5, it says this: "The streets of the city shall be full of boys and girls." Okay, and so here you have this idea of where you're like, okay, well, hold on. I totally get the older people being there because we're like, okay, yeah, that makes more sense. But when you start visualizing children, I want you to imagine the Millennial Kingdom is all the way and it's finally coming to an end. And right when it comes to an end, there is a whole bunch of children. And there's a whole bunch of adults. And there's a whole bunch of older, great age people. But let's focus on the children. Because when Jesus takes all of them and he translates them to a new earth, something's going to take place from point A to point B to where they are going to lose their sinful nature. And when they lose their sinful nature, then there's going to be something that is going to take place. And so you see children in eternity. That's crazy, because there's boys and girls in the Millennial Kingdom, and when they get translated over, unless they all get translated over and they all turn to the beautiful age of 36 years old, because that's how old I am, because this is the best age, until I'm 37, and then that's going to be the best age until I'm 38, and then that's going to be the best. But my point here is it's a secondary issue at the end of the day. I don't know what the answer is, but if you use your imagination as far as just think about Adam and Eve. If Adam and Eve never sinned, they would have naturally had children. God was not going to just be like, okay, I created all this, Adam and Eve, I'm done. And then they never populate or anything like that, right? Like, it would have just been Adam and Eve, just been like hanging out, like that's not, no. And so it's really interesting thinking about like how God was talking to him. And he's like, after he put a curse on them, after they sinned, he said, you're going to have pain in conception. But what's interesting about the new heavens and new earth is that there will be no more pain. And so it's not going to be a painful thing. So it's really, I don't know. I have no idea. That's all this to say, I don't know. But it's interesting trying to figure it out. And at the end of the day, it's a complete secondary issue. This is not anything that people I've never heard anybody getting arguments about this stuff. If you want to hear people getting arguments about stuff, try talking about the rapture and people just like, I will fight you. It's crazy how that secondary issue is. And then this secondary issue is not even an issue for many people. It's just hilarious. Thanks, Gail. But anyways, I think it's so interesting because there's a difference. And I need you to understand that there is a difference between the church, the Old Testament saints, the tribulation saints who die, and the millennial saints. There's a difference. There is a difference. These three will be living up in the New Jerusalem. The millennial saints will be living on the new earth. Now, that is my opinion. As per usual, test all things and hold fast to that which is good. But I just think it's just so crazy. I just think it's absolutely so crazy. So let's go back to Revelation chapter 21, verse. So that's what I was writing down at the beginning. If you were, I forget who was here, but for the first 2 minutes of this live, when things were warming up, I was writing something down. That's what I was writing down because I didn't want to forget about the connection between the priests, and I didn't want to forget about the boys and girls, because I was thinking about the boys and girls running in the streets, and I'm like, there's boys and girls, like little boys and girls. Ouch. So in Revelation 21, let's get on. If you guys are new here, thanks for being here. My name is Ryan. We're just going through the Bible book by book, chapter by chapter, verse by verse. We're going through the book of Revelation right now. We've done 25 other books. If you're looking for a Bible study in this kind of manner, I would encourage you to follow us on YouTube. There's a YouTube link up here in my TikTok profile. If you want to go check it out, you can go follow over there. I would encourage you to follow me over there anyways, just in case we get lost here on TikTok, because they're threatening to take TikTok away from us. And so if they take TikTok away from us, then that will be sad. But these Bible studies will continue on YouTube. I'm live streaming on YouTube right now. And so it's nice to have two platforms to be able to do this on. The gospel is always going to be the main thing, and that is always the main thing, and that is the completed work on the cross. Jesus died on the cross. For God so loved the world that he gave his only begotten Son, that whosoever believes in him shall not perish, but have everlasting life. For by grace you have been saved through faith, and that not of yourselves, it is the gift of God, not of works, lest any man should boast. And so that is what I believe. The gospel can be found in 1 Corinthians 15. All right, let's keep on going. Revelation chapter 21, verse 4. In Revelation chapter 21, verse 4, it says, "And God will wipe away every tear from their eyes. There shall be no more death, nor sorrow, nor crying. There shall be no more pain, for the former things have passed away." The former things, a new saying for me. The main thing is always the main thing. That's right. The former things shall have passed away. You know, this is unbelievable. It's so neat to think about this new heavens and new earth is described. It's easier to describe what's not there than to describe what is there. we're told what's not there. And what's not there is tears. Or tears are actually going to be there. He's going to wipe away tears from their eyes. Let's talk about that for a second. The thing that is interesting about God wiping away tears, and this is really interesting, and I want you to think about this. Why does it say God will wipe away every tear from their eyes? Like, we've talked about this before, but a reason that I would propose to you is the reason why you're going to have tears. First off, how unbelievable that intimate situation there. But the reason why I believe, or a reason why I believe that there's going to be tears is because of, thanks Cole, is because of lost opportunities. I think it's because of lost opportunities. And what I mean by that is because you and I know somebody who is lost right now. We all know somebody who's lost. And we all know somebody who's lost who we, as a born-again believer, have not told about Jesus. And so if you think about those people who you know, who you have not told about Jesus and the good news, then that could come to mind. And because that comes to mind, then all of a sudden you're like, I was afraid of what? You're there, and when you're there, you're like, I was afraid of what? Because everything is starting to make sense. You're there, you're in a glorified body, and then God comes up and he's gonna wipe away every tear. And the reason, it's like, why am I crying? And the reason why, or a thought at least, is because of the lost opportunities. And so that is that's something that you could really work on you a little bit. You could be like sitting there and be like, man, lost opportunities. And so something to consider at least. But it says in verse 4, Revelation 21 verse 4, it says, and God will wipe away every tear from their eyes. But then he goes on to say that the tears are not related to anything painful. It says, there shall be no more death, nor sorrow, nor crying. There shall be no more pain, for the former things have passed away. Now, the former things that have passed away are the things that began back in Genesis. All of the things that naturally was a natural byproduct of the Adamic curse. When they fell, you see all kinds of pain being introduced in the picture. You see the ground being thorny. You see all of that kind of stuff happening. And all of those things are going away. The former things have gone away, and now new things. This is the eternal order. That is what is being introduced. So you have two orders. You have the temporary order that we are in right now, but then when we are home, there is the eternal order. So it is really really interesting thinking about that. And I know that there's a lot of people here who are in pain. And that is, I know we're all looking forward to that one, because that's a big one right there. I cannot wait for that one. No more sorrow either. I mean, it's just you could just melt there for a little bit and just be like, I'm just gonna live here. That's some really good stuff right there. But in Revelation chapter 21 verse 5, it says, then he who sat on the throne said, behold, I make all things new. And he said to me, write, for these words are true and faithful. What's so awesome about this is that this is God talking to John. God is talking to John, and he's telling John, he's like, John, write, for these things are true and faithful. Now, what we find back in Revelation chapter 19, verse 11, is back in Revelation chapter 19, just 2 chapters ago, we see Jesus returning on a white horse. And he who sat on that white horse was called faithful and true. So the person who is saying the person that is faithful and true is now writing, or telling John to write, that these things are true and faithful. And he's just like saying, he's like, everything I say is absolutely wonderful. That's what God is saying. He's like, everything I say is true and faithful. And that is my favorite title of Jesus, because he is faithful and true, and that is unbelievable. I mean, I don't know why it hits me so much, but I absolutely love that title. Anyways, Revelation chapter 21, verse 6. In Revelation chapter 21, verse 6, it says, "And he said to me, it is done." Now, this is interesting because this goes back to Revelation chapter 17, in Revelation 16, verse 17. This is another "it is done." But there's differences in "it is done." In Revelation chapter 16, verse 17, when he says "it is done," what he's talking about there is he's talking about the time of Jacob's trouble. The time of Jacob's trouble is done. But here in Revelation chapter 21, where he says "it is done again," is everything. This is when everything, it's done. Now we can just enjoy. That's basically what he's saying. He's like, yeah, it's done. We're here. This is it. And it's unbelievable that he allows us the opportunity to take part of this. And so if you are in here, I don't know there's 250 people or so, and it's just like, this is something that he's offering you, and it's something that he's offering me and everybody else. If you're not born again, I would encourage you to really, really think about that, because this is wonderful stuff. In Revelation chapter 21, it says, "And he said to me, it is done. I am the Alpha and the Omega, the beginning and the end. I will give of the fountain of the water of life freely to him who thirsts. He who overcomes shall inherit all things, and I will be his God, and he shall be my son." Now, what's interesting about this is that it says, "I will be his God, and he shall be my son." In Romans chapter 8, let's go to Romans chapter 8 real fast. Romans chapter 8, verse 14. Romans chapter 8, verse 14 through 17. In Romans chapter 8, verse 14 through 17, Paul says, "For as many as are led by the Spirit of God, these are sons of God. For you did not receive the spirit of bondage again to fear, but you received the spirit of adoption, by whom we cry out, Abba, Father. The Spirit himself bears witness with our spirit that we are children of God. And if children, then heirs, heirs of God, and joint heirs with Christ, if indeed we suffer with him, that we may also be glorified together." What's interesting in these passages here in Romans 8, verse 14 through 17, is that we are called sons of God. If you're born again, you are a son of God. What's interesting in verse 15 is that you see the word adoption there. We talked about this last time, but you need to understand the idea of adoption back during Roman times, because when you were adopted back then, it was an understanding that adoption was undoable, meaning it could not be undone. So if I adopted you as my child, there was no unadopting. You were mine, and you were an heir of what I had regardless. That was law. And so that's why Paul is pulling from that word of adoption, because he was speaking to the Romans, the churches within Rome. And so that is a huge eternal security picture right there. And so sons of God, the Spirit himself bears witness with our spirit that we are children of God. Are you kidding me? The Spirit himself. That is so good. So when you go back to Revelation chapter 21, verse 7, in Revelation chapter 21, verse 7, it says, "He who overcomes shall inherit all things." This goes back to what we were talking about before. Joint heirs. And if heirs, then we are going to inherit. That's crazy. "He who overcomes shall inherit all things, and I will be his God, and he shall be my son. But the cowardly, unbelieving, abominable, murderers, sexually immoral, sorcerers, idolaters, and all liars shall have their part in the lake of fire, in the lake which burns with fire and brimstone, which is the second death. So there's a couple things here that is good to understand, is that you see all of these words: the cowardly, the unbelieving, abominable, murderers, sexual immoral, sorcerers, idolaters, and all liars, right? And all of those things are you, and all of those things are me. But let's go to 1 Corinthians chapter 6 real fast, and let's remember some things. I love this phrase that Paul uses when he's talking to the church in Corinth. In 1 Corinthians chapter 6 verse 9. In 1 Corinthians chapter 6 verse 9, Paul is talking to the church in Corinth, and if you remember the church in Corinth, they were a mess. They were living in the mud puddle, if you remember. That's what we used a lot of. That's the idea. They were a church, and they were a mess. But if you read 1 Corinthians chapter 1, Paul reassures them as who they are in Christ before he smacks them. He's like, I'm going to build you up and make you remember who you are in Christ before I just put the hammer down. But in 1 Corinthians chapter 6, verse 9, Paul says, do you not know that the unrighteous will not inherit the kingdom of God? Do not be deceived. Neither fornicators, nor idolaters, nor adulterers, nor homosexuals, nor sodomites, nor thieves, nor covetous, nor drunkards, nor revilers, nor extortioners will inherit the kingdom of God. So that's a long list right there. And you know what? Is that there's probably a word that kind of seems to stick out more than other words there, because we like to focus on other things more than other things. But what Paul says in verse 11, he says, and such were some of you. But then he says, but you were washed, but you were sanctified, but you were justified in the name of the Lord Jesus and by the Spirit of our God. That's fascinating to me. That is fascinating. You know, we tend to look at other people and we tend to look at each other as like I'm better than you, right? But Paul's like, he's like, you forgot. He's like, and such were some of you. But, you know, it's interesting because that list there in 1 Corinthians chapter 6, verse 9 and 10 is is very similar to what you read in Revelation chapter 21, verse 8. But there's a big difference between the two. And the people that are the reason that's different there are the people who have been washed. And that is the idea of being born again. Being born again. John chapter 3, Jesus is talking to Nicodemus. He's like, being born again. He's like, how does one become born again? Must I enter my mother's womb a second time? No. And so that's what leads you into the most famous verse in the entire book of the Bible, in my opinion, John 3:16. For God so loved the world. This is Jesus talking, by the way. Jesus is talking about God. For God the Father so loved the world that he gave his only begotten Son, me, that whosoever believes on him, me, shall not perish but have everlasting life. That's unbelievable. It is belief, your faith. This is why it's good to know, like in Luke, Jesus gives a parable, and there's a person, I think it was a Pharisee. He comes out of the synagogue, and he's looking up and he's praying loudly so everybody can hear, and he's like saying, "Look at how awesome I am, and I thank God that I'm not like all of these other sinners." And then there was another man who comes out of the synagogue, and he couldn't even look up to heaven, but he beat on his chest and he said, "God, be merciful to me, a sinner." And so it was the heart. And so God was looking at the heart. And so Jesus says about that man who couldn't even look up to heaven, he understood this man. He was right there with him, and he understood. He's like, Jesus said, he's like, that man right there. He's like, that man. He's like, surely I say to you, that man went back to his house justified. And so what you see there is a repentant heart. And godly sorrow leads to salvation. So when somebody understands that they're lost, they understand that what they are doing is wrong because they recognize that God is right and just, then all of a sudden there's this understanding that I need to change. And so that godly sorrow leads to salvation. And so that's why when that man beat on his chest and he said, God, be merciful to me, a sinner, he acknowledged he was a sinner, and he acknowledged that God is who he says he was, and that was it. And Jesus said, that man went down to his house justified. That is awesome. That is unbelievable. It's unbelievable. And I want you to know that passage there, I want to say it's in like Luke chapter 18 or something like that, or 8 or 18. I don't know why an 8 is coming to mind, but that is the shortest sinner's prayer in the entire Bible. God, be merciful to me, a sinner. That's 7 words. 7 words. It's not a magical prayer like where people go to a concert and all this stuff. 7, it's your heart. The heart of the matter is always a matter of the heart. And so what is your heart posture towards the Lord? It's unbelievable. Remember me on the cross. That's actually a really good one too. Okay, I thought, that I don't know if that was actually a prayer. That was more like a conversation. No, touche. On God, most indubious. Okay, so that is just something to consider. Revelation. Let's get back to Revelation chapter 21. In Revelation chapter 21, verse 9. Revelation chapter 21, verse 9. You have this next verse that we can dive into. In Revelation chapter 21, verse 9, it says, Then one of the 7 angels who had the 7 bowls filled with the 7 last plagues came to me and talked with me, saying, Come, I will show you the bride, the Lamb's wife. Now, this, again, just to get the idea of the bride, we already talked about the wife. The marriage of the Lamb has come, right? So you see this connection to the bride all over again. And so I think it's more talking about just like how, like my wife, like I have a wife, but I would call her my bride. That's my bride, right? Just like how if you're a husband and you have a wife, you often refer to her as your bride, even though you've been married for 15 years or whatever. So in Revelation chapter 21, verse 9, the thing to pay attention to here is the person that is going to be talking. It's one of the 7 angels who had the 7 bowls filled with the 7 last plagues. So when we let's go back to Revelation 17, so you can see this happening again. This happened already. This angel, it's one of the angels. These angels are having a key role here in this storyline, which is really kind of cool. But in Revelation 17, verse 1, when it's in connection to the false church, you have another angel that had one of the 7 bowls. Have a good night, Amy. In Revelation chapter 17, verse 1, it says, Then one of the 7 angels who had the 7 bowls came and talked with me, saying, Come, I will show you the judgment of the great harlot who sits on many waters. So in Revelation 17, that angel was showing John the fake church, the fake bride. In Revelation chapter 21, verse 9, one of the 7 angels who had the 7 bowls said, Come with me and I will show you the bride. So in chapter 17, that angel is showing John the false bride, the fake bride. In Revelation chapter 21, verse 9, this angel is showing John the true bride. So he shows John the false one, and he shows John the real one. Now, what's interesting about the fake situation going on, Babylon, it's always Babylon in Jerusalem, the false bride and the true bride. But when you think of Babylon, Babylon was a great city, and it had a great company of people within the city. But that was the false city. Jerusalem is also a city, and it's also has a great company of people within it as well. Babylon is referenced as feminine. Come out of her, my people, right? Babylon is fallen, right? Come out of her, my people. this great harlot. You see, that's this feminine kind of situation. Jerusalem is also referenced as that kind of with that language as well. Jerusalem, or this what he's showing the bride, he's bringing the New Jerusalem, which is also a female kind of version here. He's connecting the bride to the New Jerusalem. And so just like how Babylon is referenced as female, this New Jerusalem is also connected to as female as well. So there's the parallels that are going there. But in Revelation chapter 21, verse 9, it says, "Come, I will show you the bride, the Lamb's wife." And then in verse 10, Revelation chapter 20, verse 10, it says, "He carried me away in the Spirit to a great and high mountain and showed me the great city, the holy Jerusalem." So it says, the holy Jerusalem descending out of heaven from God. Now, I am going to propose to you that there are other people out, just so you know, there are other people out there who say that the bride is the city. And I would disagree with that. I would say the bride is the church. I would argue that the bride is in the city. So when John is up there on this mountain and he's looking out into the distance, he sees this city coming down from heaven, and John is looking into the city. And when he's looking into the city, he's seeing the bride, and they're walking around in the city. He sees them all over the place. So John is visually seeing them, and he sees them in the city. So the bride is not the city. The bride is in the city, is what I would propose to you. But you see this holy Jerusalem, this heavenly Jerusalem descending out of heaven, and this is not new. Let's go back to Revelation chapter 3 in the church of Philadelphia. Revelation chapter 3. In Revelation chapter 3, verse 12, Revelation chapter 3, verse 12, Revelation chapter 3, verse 12, it says, Jesus says this, "He who overcomes, I will make him a pillar in the temple of my God, and he shall go out no more. I will write on him the name of my God, and the name of the city of my God, the New Jerusalem, which comes down out of heaven from my God. And I will write on him my new name." Interesting. So this New Jerusalem is descending from heaven is not a new concept. You know, we already unpacked what was going on in Hebrews chapter 11. Hebrews chapter 11, we see Abraham. He was in a land that was as foreign to him, but he was looking for a city whose builder and maker is God. And so that's what he was looking for. And so that is what this New Jerusalem is. And so in Revelation chapter 21, verse 11, when in reference to this New Jerusalem, Revelation chapter 21, verse 11, it says, "This New Jerusalem having the glory of God, her light was like a most precious stone, like a jasper stone, clear as crystal." This glory, in verse 11, it says, having the glory of God. This is the Shekinah glory. It's really interesting when we were talking about the Millennial Jerusalem not too long ago and when we were going through Revelation chapter 20, and we spent a lot of time talking about the Millennial Jerusalem because there's going to be a Millennial Jerusalem. And basically the idea to understand is that during the Millennial Jerusalem, there's going to be the Jewish people are going to be brought back into their land during the Millennial Kingdom. And they're going to be brought back into the land by Gentiles. Not me, but the sheep and goat Gentiles. And so the sheep are going to bring the Jewish people back into their land during the Millennial Kingdom. And the Jewish people are finally going to possess all of their land. They have never possessed all of their land. That is going to be fulfilled during the Millennial Kingdom. But while the Jewish people are living in their land during the Millennial Kingdom, the Shekinah glory is going to be over every single one of their dwelling places. And that is unbelievable. So I want you to imagine like 1 million Jewish people just all over the place, in the Middle East, because in all of that land, Lebanon, Syria, Jordan, Egypt, all of that land is going to be theirs. And so just imagine like 1 million Jewish people just scattered all over the place, some out, living together, some people living out in the wilderness and the woods and all this kind of stuff. And no matter where they are, there's going to be, wherever they're dwelling, there's going to be the Shekinah glory over them. And so that is going to attract the Gentiles. Gentiles from all over the world are going to see that light, and they are going to be attracted to it, kind of like a moth to a light bulb. They're just going to try to get as close to. And so the Gentiles are going to see that light, and then they're going to go back out into the world and tell other Gentiles about what they saw to bring everybody else to see that light. And so all of the nations are going to funnel to Zion, because that is where God is going to be dwelling at during that millennial time. But the Shekinah glory is going to be around. It's going to be on Israel. It's unbelievable. But here in Revelation chapter 21, verse 10 and 11, we see that this New Jerusalem has the glory of God. The glory of God is the Shekinah glory. The Shekinah glory is going to illuminate everything. And I mean, just thinking about that, we have no concept. We have no concept. We just have no idea. And so here in verse 11, you see it says, her light was like a most precious stone, like a jasper stone, clear as crystal. It says her light. That is interesting. Her light. Talking about light, like, this place is going to be blinding. It's just going to be like, I can't see anything. We just got like our sunglasses on, which is like, yeah, but it is going to be unbelievable. It says like a most precious stone. And so this is where we get to understand a little bit more back to in Ezekiel chapter 28. Because in Ezekiel chapter 28, remember when Satan was in the garden of God, the Garden of Eden, you see that he is covered with, there were 10 stones that are mentioned there in Ezekiel chapter 28. There's 10 stones. And what's interesting about the garden that's connected to the garden is that the garden is not described by the fruit. It's not described by like what kind of trees. It's described by the light. There is light. Because God was literally walking there. He was just walking, just hanging out with Adam and Eve. I'm just like, my goodness, like what kind of light was that? And so here, when you think about this New Jerusalem, it says here in verse 11, it says her light was like a most precious stone. This is John trying to describe it to you and I in ways that we can understand, because we can't. That's why he says her light was like a most precious stone. We have no idea. It's like that, but it's something far better. He's like, I don't know how to describe it, but using human terms, it's like a most precious stone, like a jasper stone, clear as crystal. In verse 12, it says, also she had a great and high wall with 12 gates, and 12 angels at the gates, and names written on them, which are the names of the 12 tribes of the children of Israel. 3 gates on the east, 3 gates on the north, 3 gates on the south, and 3 gates on the west. Now, okay, so we talked about this before. Yeah, like Moses in the burning bush. Yeah, that Shekinah glory is just going to be radiating off of everybody. We're all going to be reflections of him during this time. It's going to be so cool. But here in Revelation chapter 21, verse 12 and 13, you are introduced to this wall. Build the wall. But no, this wall is introduced here. And this, what's interesting, just again, in contrast to what we talked about before during the Millennial Kingdom, during the Millennial Kingdom, there's going to be a wall around Jerusalem. There's going to be a wall around Jerusalem. And that wall is going to be built by Gentiles, which is very fascinating. So around the city of the millennial Jerusalem, there's going to be a wall built around it. And that wall is going to be built by Gentiles. That wall that's in a square is going to have 3 gates on every side. And every gate is going to be named after 12 tribes, the 12 tribes. Now, what's interesting is that millennial Jerusalem is going to go away. That millennial Jerusalem is different than the New Jerusalem. Those walls were built by Gentiles. These walls here in Revelation chapter 21, in the eternity, in the eternal order, the new heavens and new earth, in the New Jerusalem, these walls are going to be built by God. And these walls are also going to be named after each of the 12 tribes. So these 12 tribes are immortalized. And I need you to be sensitive to how important it is and that the Jewishness never loses its flavor when you start reading the book of the Bible. The Jewish people, there's this replacement theology that's, running around in the world right now, to where churches are preaching that the church is the new Israel. And Israel, the Jewish people, are no longer needed, and that we have inherited all of their blessings, but none of their curses and stuff like that. And it's wrong. And so you need to be understanding and sensitive to how in the New Jerusalem, how Jewish it actually is, because here you have 12 gates. In order to enter this city, you have to go through one of these Jewish gates, which is crazy. So these 12 gates are named after the 12 tribes of Israel. And so then when you keep on reading, now we're not told much about the wall here. We're not told about the dimensions here, but we will be told about the dimensions of this wall here in a little bit. So we'll unpack that here in a second. But what we understand about these gates is that these gates are never going to be closed. Now, what's interesting back during ancient times is that at nighttime, the gates of the city would always be closed at nighttime, because that's when, danger, Will Robinson, that's when everything got dangerous, when the sun went down. And so when the sun went down, the cities would close their gates to protect their people. But here, their gates are never going to be closed. In Revelation chapter 21, verse 25, in Revelation chapter 21, verse 25, it says, its gates shall not be shut at all by day. And then it goes on to tell you that there is no night. So he's saying that they're never going to be shut. And so that is interesting, because we're told that they are open always. There is no reason. But then you get into this interesting conversation, rather, as far as why are there walls, and why are there walls, and why are there gates? A symbol is perhaps why there are so these walls and gates is one of those I'm trying to remember where it's at. It's in Matthew somewhere. Matthew, hold on, let me try to find it. Matthew. Oh, I know what side of the page it's on. No. Oh. Yes, okay, Matthew chapter 8. Go to Matthew chapter 8 real fast. In Matthew chapter 8, verse 12, it says, but the sons of the kingdom will be cast out into outer darkness. There will be weeping and gnashing of teeth. So these people who never put their faith in Jesus are going to be cast into outer darkness. Now, we already talked about the second death. The second death is the lake of fire, right? So we talked about the great white throne judgment, the people who die and never put their faith in Jesus. They're going to be resurrected. They're going to be reunited with their bodies. They're going to stand before the great white throne judgment, and then they're going to be sentenced based upon their works, and then they will be cast into the lake of fire. And then that lake of fire is also referred to as outer darkness. But what's interesting about outer darkness is that this city, this new heavens, new earth, new Jerusalem, is going to be nothing but light. But then somewhere else, there is some place else that is referred to as outer darkness, which is the lake of fire. And so that is where the other people go. So it's almost like a contrast. These walls and gates that we see are open day and night. It's a symbol of protection. Now, it's also interesting because when you read Revelation chapter 21, you see in Revelation chapter 21, verse 12, you see in Revelation 21, verse 12, that there is an angel that is attached to these gates. Each gate has an angel posted at each one of the gates. In Revelation chapter 21, verse 12, it says, "And she had a great and high wall with 12 gates and 12 angels at the gates." Now, the question is, like, why in the world are there angels at the gates? These gates don't need guarding because there's no danger. Everything's all new. God already said it is done. Like, what's going on with these angels? Like, I don't know, but there are angels at each one of the gates. But then it's interesting comparing this whole idea of this outer darkness that we read there in Matthew chapter 8, because you're like, well, outer darkness, like, what's that? Because if it's connected to the lake of fire, you're like, wait a second, fire implies light. But this lake of fire is not a place where there is light. Like, when we picture a lake of fire, you just picture like a bright and smoky, it's just like really hard to see. No, there's no light. There's no light. It is outer darkness. Outer darkness. And so it's in contrast to this city and to this new heavens, new earth, which is nothing but light. And so you have light in contrast to outer darkness. That is the difference between the two. And so it's just really interesting seeing that these 12 gates have 12 angels there. And those 12 angels, I don't know what they're doing, but they're hanging out. And they seem to be posted at these 12 gates. So it is when we keep on reading in Revelation chapter 21 verse 14. In Revelation chapter 21 verse 14, it says, "Now the wall of the city had 12 foundations, and on them were the names of the 12 apostles of the Lamb." So in verse 12, you have the gates named after the 12 children of Israel, the 12 tribes of Israel, 12 children of Israel. And then in verse 14, you have the foundations of the city are named after the 12 apostles. Now, this is a very cool kind of thing to see because you see the gates are all Jewish. They're all about the Jewish people. And the foundation is all about the church, because the apostles basically were the founding fathers of the church. You see that in Acts chapter 2. And so that's very fascinating to see. You and I are here to provoke them to jealousy. So we kind of laid the foundation, in a sense, to Jesus. It's kind of cool, but they were the ones who introduced us. It's kind of like the idea of the story of Ruth. In the book of Ruth, you have Ruth, Boaz, and Naomi. Now, if you understand that story, then you already know how awesome it is, because the entire story screams of a bigger picture. And that bigger picture is about the church, Israel, and Jesus. Ruth is the church. Naomi is Jesus, and Naomi is Israel, and Boaz is Jesus. That is super cool. And so what you see here in that story, Ruth, Naomi, and Jesus, is that Naomi and Boaz are related. Boaz marries Ruth, who is a Gentile. Ruth tells Naomi about Boaz. So the church tells Israel about Jesus. And so the entire thing, the entire picture there, it's just so neat. And so when you take that and you couple all of that idea that's going on there in the book of Ruth with what's going on here in Revelation chapter 21, and you talk about these foundations and the gates, very Jewish, but also the church the church and whatnot. It's just super cool to see the Israel being very, very involved, and the church being very involved, and you see that in the structure of this new city. Yeah, that is super cool. And so in Revelation chapter 21, as you continue reading in Revelation chapter 21, it says in verse 15, Revelation chapter 21, verse 15, it says, "And he who talked with me had a gold reed to measure the city, its gates, and its wall." Now, what's interesting about this is that here, I think for the first time in the entire Bible, I think this is the first time, and I could be wrong, I actually didn't look it up, but I think this is the only time that I can remember is where we have a gold reed. This is a gold reed. Gold. Before, it's a measuring rod, it's a measuring reed, or it's a flax. But here we have, it's gold. It's gold. It's gold. And the reason why it's gold is because this is not going away. He's like, this is never going away. And so I think that's really neat. Just the little detail right there. Like, I mean, all throughout, there's all kinds of measurings all over the place. In Ezekiel chapter 40 and Zechariah chapter 3 or something like that. Here in Revelation, you have these measurings that are taking place. But here, this is the only one that I know of that's coming to my mind where it is measured with a gold one. And I just love the little details. In Revelation chapter 21, verse 15, it says, "And he who talked with me had a gold reed to measure the city, its gates, and its wall. The city is laid out as a square. Its length is as great as its breadth. And he measured the city with the reed, 12,000 furlongs. Its length, breadth, and height are equal." So here in verse 16, this is 1,500 miles long, wide, and high. That is what this is. That's what this turns out to be. It's a cube of sorts, is what it seems to be. 1,500 miles long, high, and wide. That is a gigantic city. But that is what you have here. But then in verse 17, you have the measurements for the wall. That was talked about back in verse 12. In Revelation chapter 21, verse 17, it says, "Then he measured its wall, 144 cubits, according to the measure of a man, that is, of an angel." So here in verse 17, this wall is going to be about 216 feet high. 216 feet high. That's a big wall. That is huge. But I mean, it's just like, why 216? Now, it is obviously, this could be an homage to the 144,000. Maybe they're getting like their, because it says 144 cubits. So that 144 cubits could be connected to the 144,000. And so that's just interesting, like seeing the connections. Obviously 144 kind of, pops off the page when you start reading the Bible because of that 144,000. So it could be something there. I'm not really sure, but 216 feet high is how high this wall is going to be. In Revelation chapter 21, moving on to verse 18, it says, "The construction of its wall was of jasper, and the city was pure gold, like clear glass. The foundations of the wall of the city were adorned with all kinds of precious stones. The first foundation was jasper, the second sapphire, the third chalcedony, the fourth emerald, the fifth sardonyx, the sixth sardis, the seventh chrysolite, the eighth beryl, the ninth topaz, the 10th chrysoprase, the 11th jacinth, and the 12th amethyst. The 12 gates were 12 pearls. Each individual gate was of one pearl, and the street of the city was pure gold, like transparent glass." So here, again, you're seeing all of these stones that are being just given to us. Like, we're told about these stones. These stones just like, okay, so I want you to just appreciate what he is describing here. And so okay, so I guess we'll talk about that here in a little bit. We'll talk about that when we get to verse 24, because that'll come up. It'll be a better time for it. So I just want you just be sensitive to all of these stones, and the light that is going to be coming out of these stones. It's also fascinating to understand that each one of these gates is going to be one pearl. It's going to be the black pearl off of the Pirates of the Caribbean. Also, do you guys say Caribbean or Caribbean? Because this is something that I don't know, but I I think can you spell it for me? Just Caribbean or Caribbean? No, I'm totally kidding. I thought it was the funniest thing when I read a comment one time. Somebody just spelled potato, but I knew what he meant because he meant potato, but he spelled potato. So I thought it was the most hilarious thing. I was like, that is hilarious. All you have to do is just spell it 2 times, and I know exactly what you're talking about. Pirates of the Caribbean. Okay, thank you, Shelba. Thank you for clearing that. Thank you for Caribbean. Okay, Caribbean. Caribbean. Brit blocked. Tomato. Okay, I'm so sorry. But yeah, no, these gates are going to be pearls, right? And so that's fascinating. These are huge pearls. I want to see the oyster or the clam. I like, let me see that sucker. Like, that thing had to have been massive. But anyways, I'm totally joking. But each one of these gates was of one pearl. I don't know what that means. I'm not even going to try to touch that one, but that is crazy. Let's get to Revelation 21, verse 22. In Revelation chapter 21, verse 22, it says, John says, "But I saw no temple in it, for the Lord God Almighty and the Lamb are its temple." Now, this is super cool because, again, it helps understand, or it helps our brains, I think, when we compare and contrast, right? At least that helps my mind. I don't know if that helps your mind or not. But what I think is really interesting is John says, "I see no temple in it." And so this is different than the Millennial Kingdom, because during the Millennial Kingdom, there is going to be a temple. There is going to be a temple. That's what you see in Ezekiel chapter 40. You see the measurements for the temple. And so that there is going to be a millennial temple, but during the eternal order, during the eternity, which is after the Millennial Kingdom, there is going to be no temple. And so that is fascinating. So John says very clearly, he says, "I saw no temple in it, for the Lord God Almighty and the Lamb are its temple." That is fascinating. In verse 23, it says, "The city had no need of the sun or of the moon to shine in it, for the glory of God illuminated it. The Lamb is its light." That is so cool, because it says the Lamb is its light. Now, this, echoes back what Jesus was talking about in the Gospel of John, where he says, "I am the light." Thank you, Tiffy Tiff. Thank you so much. Thank you for that mustache. Yeah, pearls. What's interesting about pearls is, yeah, we talked about this last time as well, but pearls are also not kosher. In Matthew chapter 13, you have the kingdom parables, and one of the kingdom parables was that a man found a pearl of great price. And so that's very fascinating because, those 7 kingdom parables seem to mirror in some kind of connection of the 7 churches, which is provocative. You can make some parallels there. If you do a study, you can dive into it. But you have in verse 23, it says, "The city had no need of the sun or of the moon to shine in it." Now, I need you to, so I almost, let me just look real fast and see if I can find it. I don't know if I'll be able to. Let me just check one place. If it's not here, then we'll just carry on. Okay, let's go to Jeremiah chapter 31. Hold your place there in Revelation chapter 21 and go to Jeremiah chapter 31 because this is kind of like an important detail. Love that. Right, Bridget? So good. In Revelation chapter 21, as you're turning to Jeremiah 31 verse 35, Jeremiah 31 verse 35. As you're turning to Jeremiah chapter 31 verse 35, I want you to listen to what Revelation 21 says. In Revelation 21:23, it says, "The city had no need of the sun." The city had no need of the sun. It doesn't say there was no sun. It says the city had no need of the sun or of the moon to shine in it. Now, that's interesting because when you read Jeremiah 31 verse 35, this is the new covenant that is going to come into play during the Millennial Kingdom. What we're reading here is new. It's the Millennial Covenant. But pay attention to what it says here in Jeremiah 31:35. It says, "Thus says the Lord, who gives the sun for a light by day, the ordinances of the moon and the stars for a light by night, who disturbs the sea and its waves roar, the Lord of hosts is his name." Here we go in verse 36. It says, "If those ordinances depart from before me, says the Lord, then the seed of Israel shall also cease from being a nation before me forever." So it's really fascinating to see what you have there in Jeremiah 31 in connection to the sun and the moon. Because in Revelation 21, John says the city had no need of the sun. It doesn't say there was no sun. It just said it had no need. So it's really interesting thinking about the sun and the moon and the stars because I think those they're always going to be there. It's just that their job is not going to be light. And so that's just really interesting because Jesus is going to be there and the Lamb is its light. And that again goes back to what Jesus was talking about in the Gospel of John when he's crying out. He's like, "I am the light of the world." So very fascinating. So anyways, let's go back to Revelation chapter 21 and let's talk about Revelation 21 verse 24. Revelation chapter 21 verse 24. This gets really interesting here. Again, this whole chapter just really stretches your mind. And here is one of those places. In Revelation chapter 21 verse 24, it says this, "And the nations of those who are saved shall walk in its light, and the kings of the earth bring their glory and honor into it." Hey, thank you, Kevin. Thank you so much for that gift. This is really neat stuff here because it says, "And the nations." Now, when you read the nations in the Bible, it's talking about everybody who is not Jewish. That is Gentiles. It's talking about the Gentiles. "And the Gentiles of those who are saved shall walk in its light, and the kings of the earth bring their glory and honor into it." So this is really fascinating because again, this is during eternity. We are reading something that is at least 1,000 years away. So this is really kind of fun because we see that the nations, the Gentiles, and the nations and the Gentiles and the nations Gentiles of those who are saved shall walk in its light. So when you think about the Gentiles walking in its light, this is one of the reasons why people believe that the New Jerusalem that descends out of heaven is going to be a satellite type of city. It's just going to be kind of like just there. And so I use this, I did this last time just to kind of paint a picture. Here's some duct tape because why not? But let's pretend that this right here is the new earth. And this right here is the New Jerusalem. So this New Jerusalem is going to be floating, some people believe, and out of this New Jerusalem is going to have all of those stones, like all of the stones that we see, in verse 19, 20, and 21. You see all of these stones, and we see that there are clear stones. And so what's interesting about this is that Jesus is going to be dwelling here, and Jesus is going to be the light. And so when Jesus is the light, he is in this city, which is all stones and clear. And so basically, the light is not going to be coming into it. The light is going to be going out of it. And so the light is going to be going out of it, and it's going to be, if you imagine one of those chandeliers, like when you walk into a rich person's house, if you've ever been to a rich person's house. I haven't, but I can imagine. I've seen a movie. And you have a huge chandelier, and like the light is like reflecting out of it, and it's hitting the walls, and there's like rainbows all over the place. It's kind of like that. It's kind of like what that's going to be like. And so this New Jerusalem is going to be kind of like floating. And so basically when it says in verse 24, Revelation 21 verse 24, it says, "And the nations of those who are saved shall walk in its light." Meaning, it says that, and the kings of the earth. So there's going to be kings on the earth walking in its light. They're going to be walking in its light. They're going to be just on the earth walking in its light. And the kings of the earth are going to go here and bring their glory and honor into it. And then they're going to come back to the earth because this is where they live. Now that is really kind of neat to think about this kind of stuff, because again, this goes to what we were talking about before as far as the differences between the three people that are mentioned in Revelation chapter 20, verse 5. Because you have the people who take part of the first resurrection. That is the church, that is the Old Testament saints, and that is the people who died during the tribulation saints who die. Those three people are referred to as priests. And then we also see in Hebrews chapter 12 that they are living in the New Jerusalem. So these three, with the innumerable amount of angels, are living up in the New Jerusalem, but the kings of the earth are living down here, and they're living down here, and they're walking in its light. The light is coming down, light, light. And then these people, the kings of the earth, will go there, and they will bring their glory and honor into it. And then they will come back down, and they'll just live, and they'll live on the earth. My point here is that there's a new heavens, there's a new earth, and there's a new Jerusalem. There are people who are going to be living in different places. You and I are going to be living, if you're a born-again believer, you and I are going to be living in the New Jerusalem. That's our house. That's our home. And so the people who are on the earth are going to be, that's their home. But they can come to where we live, just like how we can, like I can come over to your house, you can come over to mine, let's go hang out. But this is our home. The New Jerusalem is our home. And so it's really interesting to see the difference. So the people who are the kings of the earth, those are the millennial saints who walked into the Millennial Kingdom, the sheep who walked into the Millennial Kingdom. They repopulated the earth. They all had children. And then their children had children. And then some put their faith in Jesus, and some rebelled against Jesus. But those who put their faith in Jesus, those humans are translated over onto the new earth, and they are basically like what Adam and Eve were like when God created them. That's basically what they become. And then you and I are up here. We are not, you and I as the bride, you and I are not going to be having children, I don't think. But I think the humans that got translated over, who have now lost their sinful nature, I do think that they will. And so you and I are different than they are. And so you and I are up here, we're different than they are. And so that is fascinating. That is so interesting to me. I don't know if that is how it actually is going to be, but that is how I see it right now. As per usual, test all things, but that is some pretty interesting stuff. So in Revelation chapter 21, verse 24, it says, "And the nations of those who are saved shall walk in its light, and the kings of the earth bring their glory and honor into it." That is wild. Its gates shall not be shut at all by day. There shall be no night there. That's pretty neat. There's going to be no more night. No more night. And then in verse 27 it says, "But there shall by no means enter enter it anything that defiles or causes an abomination or a lie, but only those who are written in the Lamb's book of life. So this is the eternal order. This is after there is no more sin. This is after God says it is done. And so, I mean, this is him just reiterating that this is going to be absolutely perfection. It's just really, really crazy seeing this kind of stuff and trying to unpack and trying to understand it. There's so much here, and it goes as deep as you want it to go. I mean, it's unsearchable. It really is. But there's some really cool ideas here. Hopefully this makes sense to you guys. This is, obviously not an easy topic, but I did the best that I can. Hopefully it makes sense to you guys. If you disagree with a lot of it, that's fine. I'm just trying, but that is what I got for you guys. That is Revelation chapter 21. And this is such a good book. I think we're only going to have 2 more studies, because we only have Revelation chapter 22, and that's going to be a short one. Nothing too deep there, but we can unpack it and enjoy it for what it is. But yeah, we will do this one again. Revelation chapter 22 is the next chapter. We'll do that one. We'll finish the book of Revelation finally. We'll do that. We'll finish Revelation this coming week. I don't know when, but we will dive into it perhaps on Tuesday. But yeah, that's what I got for you guys. If you guys are new here, thank you so much for being here. Yeah, Katerina, absolutely. If you guys wanted to, if you guys are looking for a verse-by-verse Bible study, kind of like what you're listening to right now, there is a YouTube up here in my TikTok profile. If you wanted to go subscribe over there, thank you, Mark. Mark pinned it. It's ITZ_sheesh. I upload all of these studies to YouTube. So if you wanted to follow or subscribe over there, that would be awesome. Because TikTok might be going away. And if TikTok goes away, then we can at least stay in touch, because these Bible studies will continue on YouTube for as long as I can do it. If you would like to support this ministry, there are some links inside the TikTok, my TikTok profile. If you would like to support this ministry, I would appreciate it. And if not, that's okay. You could at least pray. That is something that I would prefer, actually, but it is, prayer. Prayer is powerful, and I want you guys to understand. I hope TikTok stays. Yeah, me too, Liz. Prayer is huge. I think we need to understand that. I know we say we understand it, and I know we say those things, but I want you guys to, like, if you just try to commit to just praying, like, all throughout your day and just see how well you do, you'll actually find how difficult it actually is. But pray, and pray to be used. Pray that you can be used to win somebody, because we are here for a short time, and we're here 1 minute, gone the next. And so I want you guys to always remember the main thing. The main thing is always going to be the main thing, and that is how to know for sure you can get to heaven. There's only one way. First, you need to recognize that you are a sinner. You need to realize that you're lost before you can be found. You need to realize the bad news before you can appreciate the good news. The bad news is that you are a sinner just like me. For all have sinned and fall short of the glory of God. There's more bad news in Romans 6:23. It says, for the wages of sin is death. That's terrible news. Yeah, Gracie, thank you so much. The wages of sin is death, but the gift of God is eternal life through Jesus Christ, our Lord. It is through Jesus Christ, our Lord. For by grace you have been saved through faith, and that not of yourselves, it is the gift of God, not of works, lest any man should boast. It is Christ and Christ alone in order to get saved. Hey, DJ Nick, thanks, man. Good to see you. It is Christ plus nothing. It is your faith in Christ's completed work. Now, if you are born again, then the Holy Spirit is sealed inside you, and then that is when good works come into play. Your good works that you do as a born-again believer are to glorify the Lord. That's what you're doing them for. That's what you should be doing them for. And so that is what I want you to recognize, that it's in order to be justified, in order to be imputed with his righteousness, it is faith alone. But then after you get justified, then works come into play. But you are not saved by your works. Hopefully that makes sense. All right, well that's Revelation chapter 21. Hopefully you guys enjoyed that. That was a good one. Wonderful live, Ryan. Thank you. Yeah, thank you. Mayflowers. Thank you. I'm just kidding. I know your name is September. No, April. I totally kidding. I'm just messing. That was a good one. I enjoyed that. I don't know. I'm sure some of you guys were probably like shaking your head and be like, I don't think so. And I'm like, yeah, probably. I mean, there's a lot there. Lots of stuff. Lots of stuff. But if you guys have any questions about anything, feel free to reach out to me on TikTok. You don't have to follow me on TikTok. My messages are open for everybody. I enjoy when people do reach out because when they ask a question, it challenges me and it forces me to know my stuff. And I don't know a lot. Like I try to help where I can. But if people ask me a question and I'm like, you know what? I don't know. So then I dive in and then I learn and then I can help. And then if that edifies me, edifies you, iron sharpening iron. And so it's just fun. And it's a good thing to do, and it's good stuff. And so hopefully, if you would like to, how often do you do these lives? I try to do them twice a week. I try to do one in the daytime and then one in the nighttime. If you have any questions about salvation or anything, yeah, feel free to message me if you would like to. I don't even think you can message anybody on YouTube. That's unfortunate, but yeah. If you have any questions, like I said, I don't know everything, but if you're just gonna yell at me, you don't have to message me. There's there's that one guy is still yelling at me, and I'm just like, I just want you to see Jesus. yeah, Dina. Thanks for being here, Dina. Good to see you. What do I search on YouTube? It's in my TikTok profile, Savannah. Amber pinned it. This ITZ_sheesh. I don't know why that's my username. It's probably because I was not. Hey, thanks, Max. I was not planning on doing Bible study when I created this account, but here we are, and now I'm stuck with it. So, yeah, thank you. No. Yeah, Tess, thank you so much. Where'd you get your hoodie? I made it. There's a website if you would like to go check it out. It's called threadsthatpreach.com. Any orders there support this ministry, and I make all of them. I do it all, and sometimes it's not the best, but I'm learning, so I apologize. But it is I am a work in progress, guys. One day closer to home. How often do you go live? Not enough. I was thinking about that. I was thinking about trying to make like an actual schedule and like maybe like Tuesdays in the morning and Fridays at night or something like that. Thank you. Was watching on TikTok. Hey, cool, SB. Yeah, thanks for pinning that, Bridget. And Mark, thank you so much. Thanks. I'm trying to do the best I can. I was thinking about trying to make like an actual schedule. Did you just, what? Is that what I just said? That's what I just, as are we all. Yes, absolutely. Yeah, no, I was thinking about doing like Tuesdays and Fridays, but that's kind of like what I was trying. And then I was going to do it last night, but today's obviously Saturday. Well, it's Sunday now. And it didn't work last night because I was sick. Dude, I mean, you guys, like, I have been just getting wrecked lately. It's kind of comical at this time, at this point, but yeah, it's okay. It's not about me. Oh, and that's a tough pill to swallow right there. SB, thanks for coming over on YouTube, SB. It's good to have you. Welcome in. But all right, guys, it is it's 1 o'clock in the morning, and you have to pace yourself. Yeah, well, I also have to take a lot of notes and learn and understand and unpack and ask questions that I need to ask and dive in and then understand. Understanding's tough. Thank you, Dina. Yeah, thank you so much for praying for me. I appreciate that so much. I really do. I pray for a ton of you guys too. Like I told you guys at the beginning, like the orders that I was packaging and working on today, I was praying over everybody, every one of those people. Every time I saw a name, I was like, oh, this goes out to Manners. Oh, this goes out to Kayla. Oh, this goes out to Bridget. Oh, this goes out to Yogi. I was praying for each and every one of you guys. So right when I saw it, and so I was lifting you guys up. But all right, guys, I'm going to get out of here. I'm going to go to bed. I got church in the morning. It's going to be fun. It's always fun trying to learn some new stuff just so I can forget it. And then that way I can learn it all over again. I can't wait to forget all this stuff in Revelation so I can learn it all again. It's a never-ending process. Oh, gosh. Yeah, Julie, you too. I was definitely praying for you too. All right. Well, thank you guys so much for being here. I will see you next time. And if you haven't followed on YouTube, you should totally do that just in case TikTok goes away. I don't know. I hope TikTok doesn't go away. But if it does, it is what it is. And we'll keep these Bible studies going on as long as I can keep on doing it. So we will see how that works out. All right, guys, you guys have a good night, and maybe I will see you on Tuesday, and we will conclude the book of Revelation. We will end the book of Revelation chapter 22. Won't be that long, I don't think, but it'll be a good chapter nonetheless. All right, guys, you guys have a good night.